The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he'll be taking the Raiders head coaching job. Mike McDonald, head coach of the Seahawks, said he will immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak, per NFL Network's insiders. David Njoku announced on Instagram he'll not return to the Browns in 2026, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, 49ers reported late last night that defensive lineman Keon White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on. Leaderboard has shifted in the gold medal rankings, and now Norway on top with 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Switzerland in second with 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. And Japan is in third with 7 total medals, 2 of them being gold. The U.S. fell to 5th as they still only have 2 medals, both of them being gold. Team USA curling advanced to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. Came down to the final shot of the match. And Team USA women's hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I wore shorts last night out for a quick, run of some errands.
You left the house?
Left the house at 7 p.m. I had to go to pick up a prescription at the end of the street. I'm already in clothes, to be at home.
Do you hang out in the house in shorts?
Sometimes, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I wear socks and shorts and, just kind of be comfy. And I had to go grab a prescription for a kid. And it was, all right, well, if I'm going to go.
Did you wear boots?
I threw sneakers.
So sneakers.
You
wouldn't wear boots with shorts.
I mean, I could, but that sounds ridiculous. It would look.
Right, that sounds ridiculous.
It would look ridiculous.
Wearing shorts at 10 degrees at night.
Yeah.
Not ridiculous.
Was it 10? It might have been 15. But
right.
What am I going? I'm going from the door to the car or the truck, and the truck into the pharmacy. And then, just waiting.
Did you kick up any, the water on the ground,
no,
in the back of your legs?
It wasn't -4. It kind of felt nice. Kind of felt refreshing. I thought about Joe Brady in the moment. I walked outside, this is Joe Brady walking to work on his first day. Mm-hmm. Being a shorts every day kind of guy, or almost every day. So, yeah, I wore shorts last night.
Is he here right now? Is he even hanging out in Buffalo?
Joe Brady?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
He might not be here. He'll be in Indy within, a week or two, I'm sure. But
is he driving in wearing shorts? Maybe. We got to give him the hotline number.
I bet he's got the basketball pants that, the guys wear on the bench.
Tear off?
Where, you wear those, in the parking lot, and as soon as you enter their building,
you tear off.
Rip them off. Yeah.
That sounds...
That's what you need.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah.
We should give him the hotline number if he doesn't have it. He just call us at, 610, hey, guys, what's up? Yeah, it's cold. Wearing shorts. Yeah. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's going to be warmer today. We could even see rain.
There was a 30-degree increase in Buffalo from yesterday to today.
Yeah.
Just at this time. And, if you look around, Pat Hammer posted a map with this. Dunkirk was a 42-degree increase.
Wow.
From yesterday to today. And everybody else is right around there. So, yeah.
We
could get to 40 today.
Maybe 40. I got 39, but of course, margin of error there.
Round it up.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little warmer today. Maybe some of the snow will melt, for better or for worse. We'll see what that brings. But, high about 39, 40 degrees. We will, of course, take you up to 10 o'clock today, get you off and going on what you're doing. We'll talk with Sal at 7:30. I reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Deion Dawkins maybe he's a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. This team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move, so it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age? And on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in. That's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so. Alec Anderson is going to be, how we...
Or like the tackle equivalent of Alec Anderson. I was gonna say, Ryan Vandemark is not going to be my left tackle next year,
I don't think so. I was about to say, Alec Anderson is about to become the how many days in a row has A.J. Epinesa been traded? Anderson is going to start every spot on this offensive line.
He is going to,
over the course of the offseason.
And tight end.
Right.
Six offensive linemen.
That's right. Yeah, I guess everything's on the table, and I'm...
Like, Oliver, I think, is a really interesting discussion because I don't know if he really fits. Where does he fit in a Jim Leonard defense if they're going to play, something close to what they did in Denver and in Wisconsin? Like, he almost becomes less of a defensive tackle, right, and more of the 3-4 defensive end, kind of, just body type-wise. I think he fits better for that, and is that really within his skill set? Is that something he's ever really done before at all? I mean, we know he really has not done that here. So, he's a guy I think they could spread the money out, right, and save, and he's going to be 30, so age-wise, I mean, he's fine. But, he, to me, is someone that is maybe more likely for an idea like this that would save you money.
I'm looking at a clip right now from 2023, which had Ed Oliver way out in the 4I spot. Which, the film guys will tell us all about that. I would defer to them. Yeah, he's way out wide, where you'd see, not quite Myles Garrett in a wide 9, but way out there. Anthony Prohaska from Cover 1 from November 2023 in a game against the Bengals. So.
If you moved, I think any of these guys will come at the old post June 1 designation because then you get to spread it.
Right.
Any move of Ed Oliver that comes after June 1st or that would have that designation, you would save $14.7 million. Okay. Which you could do something with.
After June 1. But what's there to spend money on after June 1? There's sometimes some stuff.
Right.
But usually it's going to be a trade. You restructure Oliver, you can save about 8 to 9. That's a good number. Mm-hmm. Same with Dawkins. I can restructure those guys and save money and move that money down the line.
Doesn't that end up being their rookie money anyway, though? You could spend it before and just say, I'm getting 14 to spend on my rookies after the June 1st date.
Sure, but
they've done that in the past.
But rookies never cost that much. You don't need that much for rookies.
What do you need for rookies?
I don't know.
You need 10.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's right.
I think this happened with Trey White a couple years ago. They can't use it till June 1. And then they kind of did. They just waited on other things. Like the stuff, they want a couple million left over to save, to have flexibility, and the rookie contracts and guys they sign late. Like, I think that ends up getting used one way or another.
I guess. And then you're talking about spending it before June 1.
Yeah, because you're getting more for the extra stuff you need. Like, how many times is Bean talk about at the podium, like, we've got this amount of room, but I need that for operating costs or whatever, like this stuff, injuries. And if I'm getting a $14 million check in June, then you could spend more money in the spring.
What they might be able to use is just $14 million going into the season so they can make a trade and not worry about, we don't have a team that's going to retain money. I just don't think either of these players, and not that you're saying this, like they both seem like long shots to me. And I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get to that with Sal at 7:30. Chris Trapaso at 8:00. Draft expert. One of the friends of the station. You hear him all over the station, of course, over the years. Chris Trapaso, saw him yesterday doing a full-on film breakdown of Texas A&M receiver Casey Concepcion. So we'll talk with Chris about all these ideas and whether it's the defensive end class or receivers or the type of defensive lineman this team will need. Linebacker will be high on the list. Safety will be high on the list. And the fun part is, for all of this, is that the NFL is considering, Adam Schefter had this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, the NFL is considering changing what they will allow you to trade. That right now the rules are, this is like your own dynasty league. How far in advance can we trade picks, right? Your own dynasty league has a set rule for how far in advance you can trade picks, and so does the NFL. The NFL is 3 years. So you can trade picks in the 2026, 27, and 28 draft. And they are going to talk about opening that up for 2 additional years.
5
which
years.
Is what was the first thing I thought. You guys can definitely get this.
You thought how many first-round picks the Bills can now offer for Justin Jefferson.
Carnell Tate, close enough.
Or Carnell Tate.
Yes, close enough. How many first-round picks could they offer? Come on.
5 years of first-round picks.
Who would you give up 5 first-round picks for? In the league. Jamar Chase?
Who am I?
The
I'm
Bills.
the Bills?
You're the Bills.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Not for Jamar Chase.
Jefferson, that might be a little pricey, but
I mean, it's a little pricey for anybody. It'd be the biggest trade package of all time.
No, it's got to be a quarterback, and I don't need that. So,
okay.
Yeah. There's nobody I would do it for.
Okay. Is there a team? Let's flip it around the other way.
By the way, you could trade 5 years of picks that aren't first, right?
Five seconds.
Yeah, like hey, I'll give you a third in 20. What year is it? 2031.
2030.
There you go.
Yeah, 2031. So
it's just more picks I can.
3 firsts, 3 seconds, and 3 5s. I don't know. You could always do 3, but now you can do
5
5
years of 5th-round picks for Justin Jefferson. What say you, Minnesota?
That's funny.
Yeah.
No one's worth 5 firsts.
No. No non-quarterback is worth 5 firsts. I think there are quarterbacks worth 5 firsts. I don't think there's a non-quarterback.
Josh Allen worth 5 firsts for a team?
Yeah. More.
What team? You are not that the Bills would take it. That's the thing. 5 firsts for who's worth it? Burrow's 5 firsts?
Yeah. I'm a quarterback needy team. I'm 5 for Burrow.
They pass this rule, and the Rams call the Bengals day one and say 5 firsts. Who says no?
I don't think I say no if I'm the Bengals.
Oof. You trade a quarterback that good, you might as well fold up shop.
I know. But it is 5 first-round picks. I mean, maybe you're thinking because he's there now.
That could be anything. That could be a Joe Burrow.
Right. Yeah. Well, the starting point needs to be he wants out, right, for any of this.
Well, if he wants out, then it won't cost 5. No, it costs like 3.
No, I think it should cost 5.
If he wants out, the price has to go down.
Because someone else is offering 5, which means he's worth 5.
If he wants out, and it's what? Like, now we're talking he's signed an extension somewhere, or he's got to play ball.
If I'm the Bengals and he wants out, I'm telling the Rams, like, someone is worth what someone will pay. And you can tell me you're not paying 5 first. I'm going to bet you I can find another team that's going to give me 5 first-round picks. Someone's going to be the Jets. Someone's going to be desperate enough to do that. I'm going to take that Jets offer, and I'm going to go back to the Rams and say this is what it takes.
The Jets kind of have 5 first-round picks, right? Didn't they trade? They got 2 for Sauce Gardner and 1 for Quinnen Williams.
Right, they can offer 7.
They can offer 6 in the next 3 years already.
Right.
They can offer 6 and then add 2 more.
Will we see someone get traded for 5 first? I mean, it happens in the NBA. The picks in the NBA aren't worth as much. Like, you see 5 first-round picks as a package all the time.
Well, not only are picks not worth as much, but there aren't that many roster spots.
Yeah, right.
So you get a guy that's on the court. He's 20% of your lineup every night. Like that's something you can't quite do in the NFL. What's the case against it? Shouldn't they say yes to this? It doesn't even have
someone wants it, right?
Oh, yeah. They're going to discuss it. They're going to discuss it. And maybe it's just because if you think about it, like, hey, I don't want to do this. I don't want to expand what we can offer, so I can offer 5 firsts. But I would like a little bit of flexibility to say, I'll give you a first this year, a second next year, and 2/3 in 4 years. You know, I don't know how many GMs
spread it out amongst drafts.
Yes. And I don't know how many how many
GMs
GMs are comfortable enough to ever accept it. But again, like to the point of what's the case against it? Well, teams might make bad decisions. The rich will get richer, and teams will have more intensive rebuilds. The NBA really is the only league that flirts with with picks this far off. As it is,
and they go really far off. Like they're allowed to trade like 7-8 years in advance.
Yeah,
weird.
As it is like as things currently stand, we don't see first round picks get traded all that often. In fact, last year's draft was a draft where no one had traded a first round pick. Every single team in the league had its first. Maybe that changes. Ultimately, Atlanta didn't move up, and the Rams traded theirs. But I like it as an idea to open things up. Let's loosen up a little bit. Can I give you a first? Think about the report on the Jalen Waddle trade. It was what year a first-round pick was going to be traded. And now, all right, fine. You want to make a trade? I'll give you something now, and I'll give you my first in 4 years. I might want to stash that away. Let's say I'm selling a player like Max Crosby, right? I'm going to trade Max Crosby for 2 firsts, and I'm the owner of the Raiders. But the team that's offering me those 2 firsts is trying to win the Super Bowl. Well, that value might not be that good. How about I make a small little bet to myself and say, I bet in 4 years they're picking near the middle of the draft because their quarterback is old. And all of a sudden, I've stashed this away, this little lottery ticket away. Could that get inside the top 10?
Right.
None of this is all that likely to me. None of this is going to happen.
But it could.
Right. None of this is going to happen all that much. But I don't know what the case against this is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either. And I think teams, owners especially, that have, the security of I'm going to be a part of the organization for the long term. A GM might not think I'm going to be here in 4 years, thinking that is the way to go. And maybe you don't do both. Like, you get 2 firsts for a guy like that and think, well, I do want 1 this year, but instead of next year, let me push it off an additional year or an additional 2 years because I'm making that bet on you. Like that does happen in other sports a little bit. And I do think if you did ever get the mega quarterback trade, like Watson got traded for 3 first-round picks, right?
And that's the max you can trade.
And that was the max.
It's 3.
And there were other picks on top of that, but it was 3 first-round picks. You're not giving if someone of a quarterback's value like that ever did hit the market, you're not allowing for another team to really bid up the max price.
That's right.
So everyone kind of bids the same thing, and then you've got the team that has the player deciding, I guess we just got to pick which team we think is going to be the worst, right?
So should we read into all this as that's what's about to happen somewhere?
Someone
Someone
thinks Burrow's actually going to become available.
Right, there's about to be a bidding war for someone, or it's and the
Lamar Jackson too.
Sure, and the owners or whatever owner wants this through, or whatever GM wants this through, is simply saying, "Listen,
I want the ability.
We need to open up. We need to take the salary cap off of how many picks you can trade. Just let us trade further into the future."
Right.
It was a fun little thing to see Schefter just drop yesterday. Like, ooh, I'm interested in that. 5 additional years going forward. Then, of course, there's the question, how much is a first in 4 years? Is that worth a 3? The old saying is a first next year is like a 2 this year, which I don't think is true, but it's often said. You can't just trade all your seconds this year for firsts next year. No one will ever do that, even though it's said, like, oh, it's got the value of a second next year. But would a first in 2028, 2029, what's that worth today? On the draft value chart. It's tough to know.
We don't know. It's never happened. Not that far out.
I'm eager to see if it's got any legs. And at owners' meetings, where it goes, now that we're in the offseason, it'll be about banning the tush-push and other changes to the seating and, a million things to get to before we're back on the field again. This one's interesting to me.
Should they also consider another NBA thing they do, which is pick swaps? The right to swap your pick in the future, if you want. Hey, we'll give you 3 first-round picks, and then in 2029, we have the right to swap first-round picks.
Sure.
If we want to do it. And if we don't swap it that year, then we get to swap it the next year. That's another thing they do there.
What happens if you never swap it? You just say, like, it's a wash?
That's a good question. It might be a wash. Or maybe it just keeps going out in perpetuity.
Or you might just get a second.
Yeah, I guess in the NFL, you'd set a limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you get a second. I don't know.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Alt Joe's here. Owen, the Parlay Killer, is here as well.
There's no parlays left to kill.
We'll get some.
Olympics?
Yeah.
Can't bet the Olympics.
Come on, a
Sure
curling
you can.
parlay.
You can. I'm just saying it's not going well. It's not success. It's hard to be successful. I don't know what's going on.
It is difficult to bet who's going to win the moguls. Right? And I didn't
have Hagstrom on the money line.
Right, I've never really watched a biathlon and been yelling at a guy to get going. So
no. I will be betting on the hockey tournament, but I will not. Maybe that's the thing.
Team USA
hockey starts tomorrow.
Team USA Thursday. Going to win? Who's going to win gold?
Yeah, I like the U.S. to win, but I think
Isn't Canada going to win? Because Canada always just going to win? Canada's going to win.
Canada's never seen a U.S. team this good, though. They also, by the way, might not see the U.S. team. It's possible that they just don't play each other, but I think they would probably meet in the gold medal game.
That would be really upsetting if they didn't play.
I think they will.
Playing. They will.
Odds are they will. That's what I would say to it. I would say they have never seen a U.S. team that's this good. This is the best U.S. team I've ever seen, by far.
This Canada team is pretty legit. I mean,
oh sure, no doubt.
I'm
they've
like
got,
in
they've
terms
got the best
of
3 players.
Canada teams ever. I don't. They are good.
They've got the best 3 players.
Right.
But to me, the gap, and I think the U.S. is a better blue line, and the U.S. is better in net, and they have the best 3 players, especially the best 2 centers, McDavid, McKinnon. It used to be Crosby, whoever down the middle, and then the U.S. would pull out Joe Pavelski and Brandon Dubinsky.
Sure.
This time you've got Matthews and Eichel, and I'm telling that gap between your top 2 forwards is way smaller than it ever has been.
Absolutely.
Way smaller.
Yep. The U.S. and Canada will play in women's hockey today at 2 o'clock.
That's going to be sweet.
Yep. That's a big
that's
one.
awesome.
And the men play tomorrow against Latvia. So, Thursday. Thursday, right.
Tomorrow there's a couple games, but I don't think U.S. and Canada
There's
plays.
one men's game tomorrow, from what I remember, and then it gets going full force on Thursday. We've got the U.S. Olympic schedule here, the full-on hockey schedule as well. Was it Sweden? Not Sweden, Italy. Who plays tomorrow on the men's side? There's one game.
I thought there were 2 games.
Okay.
I'll pull that up for you. I don't think there were any, they're not big games, though. Tomorrow at 10:40 a.m., you've got Slovakia, Finland, and then at 3, you got Sweden and Italy.
Sweden and Italy. Okay, there you
I think
go.
Slovakia, Finland's probably better. Italy's going to lose by 500.
They're only 4.5 puck goal. Sorry, 4.5
line?
goal. Yeah, it's only 4.5 goal spread. 803-0550. All right, we got plenty of football to get to today. The Seahawks are champs, as we all know. If you got a thought on it, on the Bills offseason, on no stone unturned, what's the next most bold move they could make? We're over here talking about trading 5 picks. They fired the coach. They did the biggest thing they could do in that department and remade their coaching staff. What's the next bold move that would make sense? Talk about it with Sal at 7:30. Trade ideas. Chris Trapaso on the draft class. Get his thoughts on everything from receiver to defensive end to everything they need here. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Dion Dawkins, maybe as a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. You know, this team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move. So it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age, and on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in. That's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so. I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. The Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he will be taking the Raiders head coaching job. Mike Macdonald said he will immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak per NFL Network's The Insiders. David Njoku announced on his Instagram story that he will not return to the Browns in 2026. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, the 49ers reported last night that defensive lineman Keion White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on, and the leaderboard has shifted in the gold medal rankings. Now Norway is on top with 6 total medals, 3 of them being gold. Switzerland is in second with 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. And Japan is in third with 7 total medals, 2 of them being gold. The U.S. fell to 5th as they still only have 2 medals with both of them being gold. Team USA Curling advanced to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. It came down to the final shot of the match, and Team USA women's hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. The men's action starts tomorrow for USA Hockey. USA Hockey starts on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
This has not been out there at all, so you can put it on your bottom line. There's going to be a push by at least one team this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of picks to 5 years of picks.
We like that team.
Okay. Adam Schefter with Pat McAfee yesterday. Will we find out which team it is? I think we will. Right? We will. And
I would think so.
And will that say
we found out like all the other stuff, right? Like who proposes the coach rules, and we knew the Packers wanted the tush push band, right? Yeah, I think we'll find out. I have a guess at who it is, though. Isn't it the Eagles? Does it feel like a thing the Eagles would do? The Eagles love to push things out into the future.
Sure.
GM security there. They like big trades. Just be, just a guess. My guess would be it's Philly, but it could be anybody. It could be the Bills.
Would it be exciting if it's the Bills?
Sure.
Whoever it is, should we be excited for them, or should they just be like, no, it just feels like a thing we should do?
Unless it's New England, and we have to yell, they're trying to cheat again.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe watching some Winter Olympics. Saw the moguls a minute ago. You guys big skiers? You've been skiing a lot, a little, anything like that? Skiers here?
Watching or like actually
be
skiing?
on a mountain?
It's been years.
I've done it a couple times.
Yeah.
More casual
a
than
few
anything.
times.
I've never been on skis. I've been on a snowboard a time or two.
Whatever.
I would need to really warm up to get back to something serious.
All I mean is like being on a mountain with something strapped to your feet. If you're a snowboarder, that's fine too. Depending on your level of ability, because one of the loneliest feelings on earth for me is making a turn and finding yourself on a wall of moguls. And you're like, oh, boy, it's going to take a long time to get down. I have to base. I am not.
You don't do the thing with the knees where like they're
no,
hopping up and down.
No,
and...
I enjoy skiing to a point. I am not all that good. My wife and I have been on a bunch of skiing vacations out west in Colorado and been to Breckenridge and Keystone and Steamboat and love it to be outside and then you take a turn and you're on a mogul hill and like, oh, boy, all right. If I don't have my phone, it's like, let my wife know I'll see her in an hour when I get to the bottom of this thing. Not a good feeling to get stuck on a mogul's hill. They're often like on the map.
Right.
They'll tell you, but
What do you do then? Like you're not walking down. Like, are you going like along the side slowly?
me?
Or...
Oh, I'm going like,
how are you getting through
like
it?
7 across, turn 7 back down. You are.
And is there someone coming from behind you that's like, oh, look at this guy?
No, the Moguls Hills are often not very well populated.
They're not busy.
No.
I think probably for the reasons
Right,
you're
right,
stating
right.
here.
They're for the experts. That's someone rolls in there and they're gonna. Here's Johnny Mosley like ripping down the mountain, and it's not a fun experience. I don't think even watching moguls hurts. Not a pleasant experience. Now the people that jump and do flips, that looks like fun. I'm not doing that either. But moguls, no thanks. No thanks.
No. I was watching luge yesterday too, and just like I can't. It scares me.
That's electric,
a lot. Those luge people. The track just seems
the
horrifying.
steering and the precision and all that.
Man.
Then you got the doubles luge where there's two
laying
people
on top of each other.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And then the skeleton going face first.
That seems. Would it be weird to say the skeleton seems less scary?
I think it seems less scary. I would think.
I don't know why I feel that, but
Then luge.
yeah,
I'd rather
head
go
first
feet. I'd rather
versus
go
feet first.
I'd rather go feet first. That's
Same.
less scary.
Yeah, I don't know. They're both pretty.
You go down a slide face first. That's more scary than feet first.
I feel like if I go
you
head
do a
first,
zip line face first. That's more scary than.
Oh, you mean like if you're tied in, like
if you
you're
do a
flying?
Superman?
Yeah, like I would do it like I've done it like where you're attached like on your back.
Yeah,
and you're Superman.
and you truly
basically.
fly.
Yeah,
Right.
that's an extra level of courage.
That sounds
in other
right.
situations.
Yeah, now
so
that
to feel like that would be the same, especially if you're going 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my
I want my
thought.
feet first.
Yeah, my thought process was like, oh, I'll put my hands up to stop myself.
No,
like that's
no.
gonna help. That's not.
No.
I gotta catch that in the first 20 feet of the race if I want that to matter.
I think
right.
the skeleton, the athletes that are doing that are the most courageous of anybody at the Winter Olympics. More than the ski jumpers, more than all of them. Even the moguls, the destroying your knees.
Skeleton is scariest.
I think skeleton is the scariest.
Yeah.
That might be right.
Face first, flying down at 90 miles an hour, pretty much 80
Good
miles
question
an hour.
though. What's
I mean,
the scariest?
Back flipping on skates is pretty scary too.
That is.
from my perspective.
But the
quad gods probably
right,
got it
the
down. at this
worst
point.
you're doing there is like falling on your head.
Right.
This is you're
It's
gonna
bad.
crash into your head at 80 miles an hour.
So
on a
is 80 miles an
sled.
hour on the sled or 80 miles an hour on the downhill worse? Like you're doing like the chase
sled.
the chase cam for the downhill skiers, they are going the same speed.
Right.
They're hitting 80s.
There's a lot less to hit out there, I think.
And they do have
You are coming down the side of a mountain.
Right. You'll go down and
I
you'll
know.
keep going down.
Yeah.
This is a tunnel of ice, though.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, like
A tunnel. It's not always a tunnel. I know there's
also the mountain. Not that it's forgiving. Is it more forgiving though? Because
Forgiving?
I'm sliding down a
That's-
little bit, whereas I'm hitting a wall in skeleton.
Right. That's my thought process. There.
Right.
Nothing beats skeleton.
Put
to
a
me.
Twitter poll up. What looks more intense? 80 miles an hour down the side of a mountain or 80 miles an hour through
Yeah, a tunnel of ice.
an ice chute?
Yeah, and I shoot. Yeah,
I just think one you turn into an accordion if you get injured, and the other one you kind of roll down. You know,
Kind of roll down.
Kind of rolled. I mean, I know.
No, you
kind of
don't-
rolled
Lindsey
down.
Vonn-
is-
yeah, you don't quite do that.
Yeah.
Lindsey Vonn
Medevac.
she got
Yeah.
ripped off the mountain by a helicopter.
Yeah, you don't quite do that.
Yeah.
she did stop though. Like she didn't continue. Like when she yeah.
I mean,
like
After destroying her body.
sure,
fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, 8030550 if you want to thought about that at us. Max Crosby says he'll never play for the Raiders again. I saw this story and I thought, I'm not going to take this seriously, and now everybody in the sports media is going with it. It's that a former A GM told sportsboom.com.
I was going to say, he didn't just say it in an interview. It's being reported that he said that.
Right.
Yeah.
And a GM is told sportsboom.com. I saw this for the first time and thought, like, I'm not buying that. I don't know what that is, and I don't think that's real. But sure enough.
It's Jason Lockenfora, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason Lockenfora is now at sportsboom.com.
He's apparently at sportsboom.com.
Okay. That's all right. That's him now. So
Yep.
an NFL GM has said that Max Crosby has told the Raiders he'll never play for them again, and told Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I like this guy. Imagine telling Tom Brady, I'll never play for your trash organization again. He should record it and post it online and boost his value immediately. This guy told Tom Brady to buzz off.
He also, Crosby's representatives have begun informing other teams that he has no intentions of playing for the Raiders, too. So he's telling that to teams.
Good.
Allegedly. So, I believe it.
You want him?
Why wouldn't I believe it?
Is it a good idea?
It's a good idea.
Is it the
Yes.
best idea?
No. Maybe. It remains to be seen. Like, I have not seen a bigger name that has become available. If Myles Garrett today demands a trade again, then there's a better idea. And actually, you know what? I guess we do know one. We know Trey Hendrickson is going to make it to free agency.
Well,
and
okay.
to me, like, maybe that's only one. So are you splitting hairs? Like, if I could be picky, I'd say I'd rather have Hendrickson in free agency. But that doesn't mean to me Crosby's not a good idea. Like, I think Crosby he's a great player. He's a great run defender on top of the pass rushing.
Yes, that's what sets him from Hendrickson apart, really, is he's incredible against the run. A lot of tackles for loss in Crosby.
Right.
You know, which of these pass rushers would better fit for Jim Leonard? That's a question for the Bills that they probably couldn't even answer for you, honestly. But, I mean, Crosby, of course, would fit. And I'm sure Hendrickson would, too.
I think the reason why Hendrickson is also more enticing to me is that the numbers seem to point to, while Crosby's a better all-around defensive end, Hendrickson has more in the tank right now as a pass rusher. Like, all the advanced numbers show that right now, and even for the last 3 years, he is a better pass rusher. And he has been. He's led the league in sacks. And to me, I've had defensive ends that are good against the run. I've had guys that set the edge and are responsible. And the thing that I'm trying to chase that I've not had is one dude that is going to break a game wide open on defense because they can't keep him out of the backfield on passing plays.
Yeah.
What does the GM always say? It's not about, I need a defensive end that's able to stop Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. It's I need to get Mahomes on the ground. I need to get Jackson on the ground.
The case is that you get both. Because because the irony is we've seen this Bills team chase pass rushers that don't do well against the run and watched it hurt them. That's Bosa.
It's Bosa
Bosa over and over again was killing them in the run game.
Yeah.
We saw that for Vaughn, where Vaughn was more of a pass rush specialist than he was really going to set the edge. So Crosby, I guess this is different though, like the McDermott model versus the Jim Leonard model. I'm not quite sure which guy they'd prefer. It comes down to, would you rather use a first-round pick to pay a guy $30 million or just try to pay a guy $35 million? Because, of course, Hendrickson is, finger quotes, free. You have to trade anything for him. Right. So you could have Crosby or you could have Hendrickson and your first-round pick spent on another defensive end,
and to me,
a linebacker.
To me, that's the more exciting idea.
Makes sense.
I get to keep the draft capital, and I'm getting the better pass rusher of the two right now. And that's what I would be chasing more than anything. So, yeah, I think but that doesn't mean Crosby's not a good idea. Like, if you don't know if you're going to get Hendrickson. And actually, would Crosby be still available after? Like, he might be. We don't know the timeline, really. The Raiders in a rush.
I mean, isn't he likely to be traded? I shouldn't say at the draft. Jay Glazer, when reporting on this at the Super Bowl, said before the draft. Like, it'll happen before the draft. 20 teams are calling. So, instead of waiting until the actual draft, where the Raiders are picking first, the Raiders might want to, find out what their draft compensation is. Like, hey, let's go ahead and make this deal, and now we know where all of our picks are instead of waiting till day 2 of the draft to see who ponies up at the right time. So maybe it happens before the draft. 803-0550. Franchise tag window opens in a week. And the expected guys to get franchise tags, George Pickens, and past that, like, it's a short list. It's a short list. Not that many guys in the league are expected to get franchise tags.
I saw Brees Hall maybe could
maybe.
be an option for the Jets, but I don't know. Didn't he seem pretty upset that he wasn't traded at the trade deadline? So not sure he would react well to the Jets holding him hostage for another year. So I might not see that. Daniel Jones is the other one that I saw. If the Colts want to just retain him on a one-year
Like
deal.
$42 million?
Yeah, and like, do they not want to extend him yet before seeing him back from a torn Achilles? That could happen too. So, and the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker.
That could be one.
Travis Etienne. Another one.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the Bengals could do that with Hendrickson, couldn't they? I don't think they're going to.
I
though.
thought they promised him they wouldn't. I think they
Right.
already said they wouldn't.
They pinky swore.
Yeah.
Do they have to hold to
They
that?
gave their word.
Yeah.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring. We'll talk to Sal at 7:30. We'll talk with we'll get his thoughts on this growing Deion Dawkins trade chatter, if it's even really growing or just kind of loosely suggested. But I want to talk to Sal about that coming up at 7:30. Chris Trapaso at 8, and on we go. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. U.S. and Canada women's hockey later today. That's exciting. And watching some skiing from Milan right now. So, give us a ring. Happy Tuesday. It's warming up. Going to be about 40 today, which is a welcome break here on WGR. The NFL is considering, Adam Schefter had this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, the NFL is considering changing what they will allow you to trade. That right now the rules are, this is like your own dynasty league. How far in advance can we trade picks, right? Mm-hmm. Your own dynasty league has a set rule for how far in advance you can trade picks, and so does the NFL. The NFL is 3 years. Mm-hmm. So you can trade picks in the 2026, 27, and 28 draft. And they are going to talk about opening that up for 2 additional years.
Mm-hmm. Five
which
years.
Is what was the first thing I thought. You guys can definitely get
You
this.
thought how many first-round picks the Bills can now offer for Justin Jefferson.
Carnell Tate, close enough.
Or Carnell Tate.
Yes, close enough. How many first-round picks could they offer? Come on.
5 years of first-round picks.
Who would you give up 5 first-round picks for? In the league. Jamar Chase?
Who am I?
The
I'm
Bills.
the Bills?
You're the Bills.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Not for Jamar Chase.
Jefferson, that might be a little pricey, but
I mean, it's a little pricey for anybody. It'd be the biggest trade package of all time.
No, it's got to be a quarterback, and I don't need that. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nobody I would do it for.
Okay. Is there a team? Let's flip it around the other way.
By the way, you could trade 5 years of picks that aren't first. Right? Like
5 seconds.
Yeah, like, hey, I'll give you a third in 20, what year is it? 2031.
2030.
There you go.
Yeah. 2031. So
It's just more picks I can
3
trade.
firsts, 3 seconds, and 3 fives. I don't know. You could always do 3, but now you can do
5
5
years of fifth-round picks for Justin Jefferson. What say you, Minnesota?
That's funny.
Yeah.
No one's worth 5 firsts.
No. No non-quarterback is worth 5 firsts. I think there are quarterbacks worth 5 firsts. I don't think there's a non-quarterback.
Josh Allen worth 5 firsts for a team?
Yeah. More.
What team? You are not that the Bills would
Right.
take it. That's the thing. 5 firsts for who's worth
Burrow.
it? Burrow's 5 firsts.
Yeah. I'm a quarterback-needy team. I'm 5 for Burrow.
They pass this rule, and the Rams call the Bengals day one and say 5 firsts. Who says no?
I don't think I say no if I'm the Bengals.
Oof. You trade a quarterback that good, you might as well
I know.
fold up shop.
I know. But it is 5 first-round picks. I mean, maybe you're thinking because he's there now.
That could be anything. That could be a Joe Burrow.
Right.
I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot, 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
Spin. Here we go! First hole-in-one in TGL history.
A TGL hole-in-one. TGL's tomorrow's golf league, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nick Shipley?
Neil
Shipley?
Neil Shipley.
Will he will not count that as a hole-in-one for himself, though, will he?
No, but
Or will he, because even though it's a simulator, it's like the simulator?
No, it doesn't count. But seeing how excited that they all got for it means that if you get excited for it, that's allowed. Because they are actual real golfers, and to be that excited about a hole-in-one on a simulator means if, I ever get one. I would take one on a simulator, never mind just like one in my actual life. Still searching.
Yeah, give me... Because if I get one on a simulator, then whenever anyone asks me, have I had a hole-in-one, instead of just no, it's like, no, but I do have one on a simulator.
Do we know, by the way, is Josh playing in the Pebble Beach Pro-Am? Do we know?
He usually plays at Tahoe.
Okay.
I don't know about Pebble. If he's invited, I bet he wants to.
That's this
I
week.
would think. Although, well, maybe not actually, because is his foot.
Oh, right.
Although, can he get a cart?
No.
No cart? Then he's
No.
probably not playing, I'd bet. I would guess he's not playing.
All right.
Unless he really wants to fight through it. You never really see the celebrities at the Pro-Am on TV anyway,
You
do
see
you?
Tony Romo occasionally.
But it's a real tournament that's going on at the same time.
Yeah.
So you're usually seeing more of that.
Yeah.
Like didn't Rory win it last year?
That's
I think I remember
a good
watching
question.
Rory like down the stretch at that tournament and not, like forgetting almost that it was a Pro-Am and that there were celebrities there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great field. You got everybody playing, like Scheffler, Rory, Fleetwood. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it's going to be a little warmer today, up into the 30s, maybe all the way up to 40 degrees on this Tuesday. And Olympic hockey begins for the men tomorrow. For the women, we've got U.S. and Canada coming up today. I am feeling – can we have a family conversation about the Sabres? Mm-hmm. I am not going to feel good about them for the next 2 weeks, I realized.
Really?
Yeah.
Because of the Pittsburgh game?
Yeah.
That couldn't have done that much work.
I'm not saying they're doomed. I have had a constant drip of them winning games for 2 months. And now it's gone, and it's not like things are bad, but
No.
where's my
Right.
I need my 2 points.
It's just you're having the absence of the wins. It's less about the loss.
Anytime you got nervous in the last 2 months, they would just go out and win a game on a Tuesday.
Right.
And I need that right now, and I'm not getting that. So it's feeling to me, Joe, I'm just being honest here, it's feeling, oh, man, it's been a long time since they won a game, even though they haven't played. I know.
You should grab a marker and like something that's gonna last, like no matter how many times you wash your hands in the next like 10 days, and write 90.4 on your hand. That's their playoff chance.
I'd love
now.
to talk about this. There's no chance their playoff odds are actually 90%.
90%.
There's no chance that's
Evolving hockey isn't a 90%.
There's no chance that's actually 90%. I'll buy 68%.
No.
I'll buy
Higher than that.
72.
I think it's gotta be 80.
There's no way it's 90%.
Evolving hockey isn't a 90.4.
They're comfy. They're comfy.
They're comfy?
I think they are. They have a cushion right now, and that's that.
A 5-point cushion.
Right. They need to go 500 for the rest of the way to pretty much lock it down.
Patrick Bacon from HockeyStats.com also has good odds. He has them at 88% to make the playoffs. I think they're in the 80s. I would say for most, they're probably in the 80s still.
Yeah.
And maybe evolving hockey's the highest at 90. But
It feels like a big number. I've got
your feeling odds are at 68.
yeah, which is pretty good.
It is
but
pretty good.
I'm just I know it's just one of those spots where nothing is changing, but the longer you wait, like I don't like this wait.
What do they got? They got 25 games
It's
left?
like a jury. They're out too long. What are they talking about? How could it take this long?
Yeah, I think it is 25, Joe. But yeah, I there is a
All right,
level for
25 points. If they had 1 point per game the rest of the way, which is not good for them.
No, it's right.
They would finish with 95 points. 95 points right now is a 50% chance. That's why they have good odds. Because if they didn't play well in the final 25 games, they would still be a coin flip to make it.
And the first time you see them again, you're going to have more than likely Benson back.
Okay.
More than likely Norris back.
And
you'll be really close to Timmins being
And
back.
they play the Devils to start when they get back, and then it's Florida, Tampa, Vegas.
Florida this ain't your older brother's Florida Panthers.
No?
I listen, I don't think they have to make it. Like, is there a collapse in them? Maybe. I just don't see a lot of evidence that they have the type of play in them that it would take to miss.
Here's
like
where,
to definitively miss.
Here's an uncomfortable conversation. Would a collapse, of course, be bad? Would it be damaging, or has there been enough healing already?
No.
That
it would undo it
people
all.
think they'll be a real team. Like
It would undo everything.
It would be like a drought team, a Bills team that starts 5-1
Worse.
and misses.
No Bills team ever got that close.
Yeah.
Bills drought team
Okay,
got,
like 04, but it wasn't really the drought yet. It was like we were 4 years in.
I mean,
This would be a Duran team never really was in it in the final weeks.
No,
they're good enough now where
but
they're
they-
going to be in it to the very end.
Duran team, I think, was 5-1 or a Chan.
But
was
that's
it a
still
Chan team?
early. That's still early.
All right.
Like, was there a Duran team with like 3 weeks to go that was like in good shape and then blew it?
No, there were
'Cause
very
that-
rarely those opportunities.
Because that to me is what this would be.
Okay.
Like you're high enough in where you're going to be in the race to the very end, and if you
Well,
blow it at the end,
need-
with some losing streak to end the season.
I need a trade rumor then. I need something. I need something. That drip of wins every 3 days has dried up.
I don't know if we're going to get a
feeling
trade
like
rumor.
I need something.
I don't know if we're going to get a trade rumor because I think everyone's on vacation.
Yeah,
True.
There's a roster freeze, so I don't think you're going to get your wish.
Yeah.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-552-550.
Friedman did say the other day, on 32 Thoughts, that he believes the Bills will be, or the Sabres will be looking for a beefier blue line.
I did see that too.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a giant defenseman from Winnipeg that I think could be on the
Logan
docket
Stanley.
at some point.
Yeah.
Logan Stanley.
He's like 6'8".
Big.
That guy sounds huge.
Would that get you excited? 6'8",
Logan
third pair
Stanley-
defenseman?
Logan Stanley from Winnipeg, and he actually carries an axe on the ice. Yeah.
He doesn't use a stick. He uses an axe.
Yeah. Yeah, he plays hockey with an axe.
Friedman also said the Tuck thing isn't close, by the way. That's
fine.
good, but whatever.
That's fine.
I don't even care.
Honestly,
I don't
Yeah,
care.
don't care.
I saw a little bit on that how it might be controversial to have a player like that and lose him for nothing. I do not think it's the least bit controversial. If they were to acquire a player at the deadline who was an expiring UFA, we'd say that's normal. Like the idea that they would go to the end of it without a deal with Tuck is normal to me, and I feel like it's the easiest decision, and they should definitely just do that, unless they've got a better idea. 803-0550 to join us. Little Sabres. Little Sabes right there. Sabres and Devils. How many days away? 15 more days? 50. All right, it's only 2 weeks.
They're doing the whole tournament in 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
The whole Olympic tournament?
Yeah.
Less than that.
It is fast.
13 days.
It is fast. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, our phone number. Sal at 7:30 on, potential trade chatter for these Buffalo Bills and who might actually be a trade target for some teams and how they could remake their roster. Chris Trapaso on the draft at 8 o'clock here on WGR. I reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Dion Dawkins, maybe as a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. This team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move. So it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age, and on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in. That's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so. I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is a lot. Yep. 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah, nobody thinks he's going into the year with the third highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. The Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he'll be taking the Raiders head coaching job. Mike McDaniel said he will immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak, per NFL Network's The Insiders. David Njoku announced on Instagram that he will not return to the Browns in 2026, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, the 49ers reported late last night that defensive lineman Keion White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on. Leaderboard has shifted in the gold medal rankings. Now Norway on top with 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Switzerland in second with 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. Japan in third with 7 total medals, 2 of them being gold. And the U.S. fell to 5th as they have 2 medals, with both of them being gold. Team USA Curling advances to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. It came down to the final shot of the match. Team USA Women's Hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. The men's action starts tomorrow, but Team USA will get underway on Thursday for hockey. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I am going to come back the lightest that I've ever been for this offseason, and I want to play the lightest towards the lightest that I've ever played in my career. And I plan on playing in the 320 range. I'm going to shoot for a different type of vibe for my career. Like, I've been playing a certain way, but me and Will have a good plan for what is next for Dion with my style of play.
Dion Dawkins. A little bit of just discussion about the potential of trading him. Saw a Bills media contingent talking on the Shout podcast. Sal among them. We'll talk to Sal at 7:30 about it. I don't know that it's thought of as likely. Just kind of, talking through a couple different ideas how this offseason could be shaped, what decisions the Bills might make. I would not put this as a likely maneuver, but I saw it and wanted to talk to Sal about it at 7:30, so we'll get to him next. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. We're living in a world where the Patriots have been getting dunked on for going on 36 hours now, and the Seahawks are champs.
Mm-hmm. Has it gone too far at all in New England?
Yes, 100%.
Because I think...
Can I give you one more reason why?
Yeah.
Did you see there's a story now that not only, of course, was Seattle better, but they recognized a tell They knew what New England was going to do in all their pass protections and everything. The way their guards and their tackles set. There's a player on the Seattle defense, might have been Witherspoon. Somebody said, I'm not going to tell you all about our game planning, but they picked up on exactly what New England was going to do and knew how to attack all their protections the entire game. So not only are they flat out better, but they also imagine you're better than someone and you know what they're going to do on every play. What would it look like? Probably the way that it looked.
Yeah.
So that's, if you want to say that's bad coaching from New England, bad technique. Has it gone too far on New England? I'm going to say yes and no. Yes, because they didn't belong there. They got thumped by a team way better than them. But also no, it's New England. Go as far as you want.
Right.
If you want to dunk on them, I'm good with it.
I think if they had just won, like they win 14 games and go to the Super Bowl, that's a fluke. And I'm not disputing that. I don't think they were as good as what you would expect from a 14-win team. That was the schedule. And I don't think that they were a team that was Super Bowl caliber. That was the schedule in the playoffs and the breaks they got. I do think, however, though, they were... What would their expected in all of that be? Like in my feelings, I feel like that was like an 11-win team that would have got bounced in the first or second round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's to me about how good they were. They had a pretty good defense, especially when Milton Williams was in there. Drake May was incredible in the regular season. They had good coaching. Like I think that was a team that would have made the playoffs and won 11 games. Probably not won the division, but with a tougher schedule, but maybe. And to me, that doesn't mean they're the 4-win team they were last year. Like they would feel more like a team on the rise if they hadn't gone as far as they do. And now it feels like maybe they're just they're a flash in the pan, going to drop right back down to where they were. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think they'll be as good as they were this year, but I think they were like an 11-win team this year.
Yeah, we do that a lot with teams where, I'm thinking about you talking about how, like, when LeBron loses in the finals, they use it against him. Like, well, actually, he got a team that shouldn't have been there really far, and then they got beat by somebody much better, which I don't know that it quite applies. Like, Drake May's not LeBron, and he didn't even really get them there. The defense kind of got them there. But, yeah, I think that there's a little bit of a market correction on New England. Their price got a little high, and they should come back now down to where they belong. That doesn't mean they're a bad stock to own. I feel like if you think New England's got a bright future, I think you're probably right. The quote was, it was Witherspoon, Devin Witherspoon on with SiriusXM NFL Radio. I knew what was going on. We had a good tell on what they like to do and how they like to play and how they were going to attack us. Coach put us in the best position to win. That's our coach right there. That's why we always stand beside him and always have his back. We had a tell on their guards and their tackles, how they like to set. They're going to overset on certain rushes. They're going to fall for certain moves anytime a group of guys get after them. And today, I think we did that. A tell. Like, that's pretty strong. If you're New England and you find out about that and you think, what was it? What did they see? What did they see on film that we're tipping off? Like, this is, it's not, put it this way. If it had been the other way around and New England had won and New England had said we had a tell on them, we'd say they cheated because that's what they, their reputation
is. Right, but, did they tape record? Or at practice, or did they just notice something that New England was not up to?
Which is something that...
Because that sounds like more a mistake on the Patriots' part.
Oh, for sure. We talked about that with the Jaguars and the 49ers, right? When Robert Saleh accused the Jaguars of getting information legally, but having a bit of a book on what they do. And, they knew what we were going to do. That's something Grant Udinski, we talked about him as a candidate. He was able to identify some things and trends. And, that's coaching. That's how this all works. So... I do think it's probably snapping back a little much on New England, but, they deserve it.
I am enjoying it.
Yes.
I am definitely enjoying it.
Yes, they've won 1 million Super Bowls, so they can have all that heat as far as I'm concerned.
And man, Will Campbell is getting
roasted.
More than any lineman I've ever seen from like a single game. He had allowed more pressures in that game than any lineman the entire year.
There is, however, maybe a asterisk next to that. Did you see the grading system and how it works? Like, this is football in the age of Twitter, and like I am as guilty as anyone out there.
I saw you allowed 14 pressures.
That's right. That's right. Next Gen Stats said 14 pressures. Do you know how many PFF said?
No.
3.
3?
Right. Like,
that can't be right.
What are we doing? What do I do? Was it
Right.
Was it 14 or was it 3?
Uh-huh.
Or was it 11 or
Right.
6 or
What is a pressure? Now we get into that.
Sure.
Interesting.
So somewhere between 3 and 14 he had a bad game.
I mean, we saw it though. He had a bad game. We were watching him get roasted.
Yes, that's right.
So, that's not great. He was a very, very high pick.
Meanwhile, I had a small victory that happened. I didn't even realize it happened because I wasn't sure it was happening. But I had a small victory for punts are turnovers. Maybe a large victory. And it wasn't just the game. I did not know Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers.
Yes, he did.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's another win for, I want to say us. I need a jersey. My jersey just says, turnovers are overrated.
Mm-hmm.
It's another year where, man, that guy turned the ball over a lot. How did they do? They won the Super Bowl? Oh.
They won the Super Bowl. Yes.
Can I
with the guy that led the league in
Can I put that on a little piece of paper?
Yeah.
Put an envelope and put attention at Buffalo Bills. Like, it's good to not turn the ball over. The Bills lost the game in part because they turned the ball over a lot. Having 5 in a game, that's going to be bad. But making your entire offense afraid of turnovers. You know what else Seattle did, Joe? On the way to a season where their quarterback led the league in turnovers, you know what else they did? They led the league in points per play.
Yeah.
Points per drive, points per play. They didn't punt. So while Darnold had more turnovers than any player in the league, he also had an offense that didn't punt. And that's how you offset that. The way to actually not worry about how often you turn it over traditionally is to just have an offense so good that you don't punt. And I remember there was a clip a couple weeks ago going around about Cowherd talking about teams that have won. And, 1 year Matthew Stafford led the league in interceptions the year they won the Super Bowl. Oh, wait, what was that? He did what now? He won the Super Bowl the year he led the league in interceptions? Sooner or later, it feels like more people are catching on to this idea. If you are trying to reverse engineer no turnovers, you might be doing yourself a disservice. Think of how many of these teams that sit around 6-11 tell their quarterback to never do anything. That's no way to live. That's not where you want to be.
Right.
So, Darnold led the league in turnovers. I did not know, and I am thrilled for him now because he actually threw the ball and wasn't afraid, and they went out and they just scored.
Yeah, in the last 4 years, I found that Darnold, Josh Allen, and Baker Mayfield have all led the league in turnovers in a year.
Individually?
So in those 3 seasons that Darnold, Allen, and Mayfield led the league in turnovers, they combined for 37 wins. In 3 seasons. More than 12 wins a year from 3 guys in 3 seasons where they led the league in turnovers. How important is it? If your guy's good,
you can
let him go.
It is.
Let him cook. Let him throw some picks.
Yeah.
It'll be fine because he's going to make up for it with touchdowns.
Right.
It's not that hard to figure out. I mean, the one I usually hold up more than this is the Winston year. Winston had the worst interception year we have ever seen in
30.
modern football.
30.
He had 30 interceptions. And you would think if turnovers were the most important thing, well, the guy who threw the most of them, I mean, he must have been like 1 win. I think it's 7 and 8 the year he started. He was like 500 basically.
Yep.
With the most picks we've ever seen. So, yeah, I think they are totally overrated. I did not know the thing about Stafford, that he led the league in picks. Although now that I'm looking, Eli Manning won the Super Bowl with the most turnovers in the league that year. You had a couple in the 90s. Bradshaw led. I mean, that's really far back.
That's a different era, yeah.
That's a different era.
It's good to not turn it over for sure, but it's not. It shouldn't be the primary goal. The primary goal is, of course, points. And
92, Jim Kelly led the league in turnovers. They went to the Super Bowl.
He threw 18 picks that year?
He had 23 turnovers.
23 turnovers. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I'll make a golf analogy like I always do. It's not good to bogey, but if you're the person that leads the league in birdies, you can afford some bogeys. That's right. You just make up for it. Is your quarterback good enough to make up for it as opposed to never do it?
I do think some teams can do this more than others. But if your quarterback's Josh Allen, I don't think you have to design your offense to not turn the ball over because he's going to make up for it. Darnold and Mayfield, even though they're, I think, 1 peg below, they're good enough to make up for it. Clearly, they've proven it, right? If your quarterback is, who's like low-end guy right now, If your quarterback is Gardner Minshew, then maybe I understand it.
Sure. Even go to like Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray can't afford to turn the ball over 3 times in a game.
But if you got a guy that's like a top 10 quarterback in the league, you shouldn't be afraid of it.
No.
You shouldn't.
You should
Dak Prescott, I think, had a year where he led the league in picks, and they won like 12 games.
Right. I remember that year because everyone's all, oh, is this a problem? And the next year he was fine. Anyway, it could be part of Atlanta's. Not Atlanta. It could be about Seattle's defense. Saw a comment in the chat on the bullpen. By the way, welcome into the bullpen here on YouTube. Well, when your defense is that good, you can afford to not turn it over. No. I mean, that helps. But what did Seattle have? Most points per play in the NFL this year. Their offense was a dynamic, bonkers good offense. And you can turn it over if your offense is going to go out there and just next time be just fine.
The year Dak led the league, he had 15 picks in 12 games. He missed 4 games, but they went 8-4 in the games that he started.
Yeah.
So 8-4. Yeah, like because what's funny is that's not getting thrown around a lot. The idea that you can win the Super Bowl with the most turnover-prone quarterback in the league because they didn't in the playoffs. They were the first team.
True.
I think they were the first team that won the Super Bowl without. They didn't have a single turnover the entire playoffs.
That's right.
So as much as you could look at that Darnold point and say that's how you should build your offense, not be afraid of it, they did go through 3 games where they never did it once.
That's right.
So it does help. I'm not saying it doesn't help. But don't they have an offense already built to not be afraid of it? Or did they play that way in the Super Bowl maybe a little bit? They did play a little conservative at times. They ran the ball on like a 3rd and 7 in the first half. But I think in large part, you should not be afraid of it.
Well, let's have this conversation about the Bills. Like 2 years ago, they had a year where they never turned the ball over. And they had a great year. They won the division. They go to Kansas City and they lose on a game that they probably feel like they had a good chance and should have won. They did win the turnover battle in that game and lose. And then there's this past season where they turn the ball over 5 times. Many people think it should have only been 4. But it would, if that's a catch, they turn it over 4 times and win. And what's the takeaway? Like, will Joe Brady look at how they lost and think, all right, we got to make sure we're not turning the ball over? This is one of the things about the screenplays, right? Screenplays are low risk. They're breather plays. They're not asking much for Allen. They're not going to be turned over. They're not going to be fumbles. They're not going to be interceptions. It's going to be an extension of the run game. Like, 2 of their turnovers in that Denver game were not Josh Allen being reckless throwing the ball. It was, well, the end of the half, which is, of course, a ridiculous play. And then Cook. Like, Cook got one punched out. Like, he doesn't. How often does that happen? It does not happen that much for him, right?
Oh, James Cook.
Yeah, James Cook, yeah. So, I don't know. Are they going to look at the way they lost and think, of course.
He gets an interception on his resume for the Brandon Cooks play, which should have never been an interception.
Never happen. So, like, I know you want to drill into your team. Do not turn it over. It's important. As the coach, you would never actually go in there and say, like, I don't care if we turn the ball over. We are the ones that can say, you can get past that. They shouldn't. They should, of course, look to protect the ball. But don't build the entire existence to be like, if we don't turn it over, we'll be okay. To me, you want to practice it, you want to preach it, but deep down, you want to know, like, if we turn it over twice in a game, we got Josh Allen, we got an offense that should be able to get past this no matter what.
Right.
Like,
he had the most turnovers in football over like a 5-year period, and they had the best regular season record in the NFL.
Right, they won the division every year.
Remember, like, this Denver game was new. That was the first time they had lost a playoff game, I believe, where he had multiple turnovers. It had not. He had one other game, I think, where he had it, but it was the Miami game against Skylar Thompson, and they'd won that game.
Right.
So, like, season comes to an end, him doing that and losing it for you, it hadn't happened. It had never happened before this Denver game. So, as much as they might have geared their offense to start playing that way because he did it in the regular season, he never did it in the playoffs.
Jim in East Aurora is up. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling.
I love the conversation. I've always keyed in on turnovers. I think my theory is how good of a defense do you have that allows you multiple turnovers in a game? Like, how many points are scored off those turnovers? How big of a factor is that? Is there a defensive ranking that goes along with, hey, we can turn the ball over, but we're still going to win? Just curious to hear your thoughts on that, and have a great day.
I mean, sure. I think it's more important when you're scoring touchdowns on your other drives. But, yeah, if your defense is great, then you can get away with more of it. But really, like, What do you want your defense to do when you turn the ball over? Get them right off the field. And this is, again, part of my defense when McDermott got fired from the Denver game was on 2 of the turnovers where that Allen had, the defense didn't let up a yard.
Right,
you had 6 points from that Denver game. You could say 33. It was 30 at the end of regulation, and 6 of the points were on a platter from the offense. The offense gave up 6 points in regulation to Denver. The defense gave up 24. So it goes both ways. It's where they happen to. But yeah, sure, it helps. If you had the number 1 defense in football, it would be easier to have a game where you have 3 turnovers.
The thing that for this exact point, like, they'll put points off turnovers on the screen, and I whatever, this is where I deep dive and tell you that I've always felt we have been maybe gaslit. If Josh Allen throws an interception at the 32-yard line of the Broncos and they drive 68 yards and score, they show his face after the touchdown and say points off turnovers. If the Bills punt the ball to Denver at the same yard line and they drive 68 yards and score, that doesn't happen. What's really the difference? You gave up a 68-yard drive in both cases. In one case, they say, well, that was the quarterback's fault. In the other case, it's the punter's fault. If you return a kick to the 32-yard line and they drive the length, that's not points off turnovers. It's just like you exchange possessions, So I always, every time they put points off turnovers, I do the math and I subtract. Okay, 10 points in this game scored off turnovers and 37 scored off not turnovers. It's a fun little conversation. I've always enjoyed this conversation, and when I had no idea Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers this year. He did have a perfect playoffs. That helps.
But
helps
even
to be
even,
great.
Like some couple people tweeted out about like, well, how many do you have in the playoffs? And that's right, he had 0. But what helped them a lot to go through the playoffs at home was that regular season where he led the league. They won 14 games and had the 1 seed. So while he was turning the ball over, he was earning a huge benefit that they might not win the Super Bowl without, right? I don't know if they win it going on the road 4 times or 3 times and playing the Rams in their building instead. And, it could have been very different. Like to say that just a wash, you eliminate it because they won the Super Bowl. In part, they won the Super Bowl because they had that regular season.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. And, of course, like the Super Bowl itself, it was, 19-0 before the first actual turnover. Like, here's Vrabel to say, I felt like it was the turnovers. Like, no, it was the punts, man. A lot of punts. They had so many punts. All right, Sal on the other side. Get his thoughts on this slow cooking general suggestion. Is Deion Dawkins a trade candidate? I don't think so, but I saw Sal part of a conversation about it and said, like, let's get you on. Let's talk about that. Maybe some other ideas, like who are the trade candidates for the Bills? Who could be a surprise player they move off of? Sal coming up, and then at 8 o'clock, Chris Trapaso on the draft. We start to dip into defensive ends, linebackers, safety, of course, receiver. I'm ready to make a declaration about this receiver class. Hope you're ready for it. Hope it's going to be a lot like 2 years ago, I think. A lot like 2 years ago. So that'll be fun. Chris Trapaso at 8. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. NFL GM has said that Max Crosby has told the Raiders he'll never play for them again and told Tom Brady. I gotta say I like this guy. Imagine telling Tom Brady, I'll never play for your trash organization again. He should record it and post it online and boost his value immediately. This guy told Tom Brady to buzz off.
He also, Crosby's representatives have begun informing other teams that he has no intentions of playing for the Raiders, too. So he's telling that to teams.
Good.
Allegedly. So, I believe it.
You want him?
Why wouldn't I believe it?
Is it a good idea?
It's a good idea.
Is it the best idea?
No. Maybe. It remains to be seen. Like, I have not seen a bigger name that has become available. If Myles Garrett today demands a trade again, then there's a better idea. And actually, you know what? I guess we do know one. We know Trey Hendrickson is going to make it to free agency.
Well,
and to me, like, maybe that's only one. So are you splitting hairs? Like, if I could be picky, I'd say I'd rather have Hendrickson in free agency. But that doesn't mean to me Crosby's not a good idea. Like, I think Crosby he's a great player. He's a great run defender on top of the pass rushing.
Yes, that's what sets him from Hendrickson apart, really, is he's incredible against the run. A lot of tackles for loss in Crosby.
Right.
Which of these pass rushers would better fit for Jim Leonard? That's a question for the Bills that they probably couldn't even answer for you, honestly. But, I mean, Crosby, of course, would fit, and I'm sure Hendrickson would too.
I think the reason why Hendrickson is also more enticing to me is that the numbers seem to point to, while Crosby's a better all-around defensive end, Hendrickson has more in the tank right now as a pass rusher. Like, all the advanced numbers show that right now, and even for the last 3 years, he is a better pass rusher. And he has been. He's led the league in sacks. And to me, I've had defensive ends that are good against the run. I've had guys that set the edge and are responsible. And the thing that I'm trying to chase that I've not had is one dude that is going to break a game wide open on defense because they can't keep him out of the backfield on passing plays.
Yeah.
What does the GM always say? It's not about, I need a defensive end that's able to stop Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. It's I need to get Mahomes on the ground. I need to get Jackson on the ground.
I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he'll be taking the Raiders' head coaching job. Mike Macdonald said he'll immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak, per NFL Network's The Insiders. David Njoku announced on Instagram that he will not return to the Browns in 2026, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, the 49ers reported late last night that defensive lineman Keon White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on. Leaderboard has shifted in the gold medal rankings, and now Norway on top with 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Switzerland in second with 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. And Japan in third, 7 total medals, 2 of them being gold. The U.S. fell to 5th. They have 2 medals, both of them being gold. Team USA Curling advanced to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. Came down to the final shot of the match, and Team USA Women's Hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is set today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. The men's hockey action starts tomorrow, but Team USA will get underway on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Checking in with Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. I was going to say the sun's out, but I don't know if it's out. It's up. Sun's up. And temperatures are going to be up
It's
today.
up, but not out.
Yeah, maybe into the 40s today. Maybe high 30s, maybe as high as 40. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How'd you enjoy the Super Bowl?
I enjoyed it because it was a bit of Schadenfreude, I guess,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I said going into the game that if the Seahawks were in control, that I would be like, okay, let's watch this and watch it play out, and I'm totally fine with it. If the Patriots were in control, they're going to win, I would bail on it because I have no interest in watching that. And that's how it turned out, that the Seahawks were in control. They thoroughly dominated. I mean, until the drive where Mac Hollins caught the touchdown, the Patriots, I looked it up because I was going to tweet this, and I didn't because I said, yeah, there's still time left. And thankfully I didn't because then it would have been like, okay, how about now? But up until then, it was the fourth quarter. The Patriots had averaged 2.0 yards per offensive play into the fourth quarter, which would have been by far the lowest ever in the history of a Super Bowl. Only lower than, by the way, in second place was their own 46-10 loss to the 85 Bears. That's how dominant the Seahawks were. But otherwise, I just thought that the Seahawks were a very worthy champion. They won 14 games in a very tough division. The only 3 losses they had were by a total of 9 points. And you look back on their season and say, you know what? They were the best team in the NFL this year.
Yeah. I
Kind of out of nowhere, too, right? Like,
wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, well,
I don't think anyone thought they'd be a bad team, but them being number one.
Sure, any team that just picks up Sam Darnold in an offseason where a team that just won 14 games says no thanks. Like, I guess it should have made sense. Like, wait a minute, he did just win a bunch of games with a good defense. Why can't he just do it again? So I guess we should have seen that maybe coming a little bit, but they're 60-1. They win the Super Bowl, of course, and they beat the Patriots. How much of that 2 yards per play, Sal, do you attribute to what Seattle was, and how much of it was what New England ultimately was?
It's mostly Seattle for me, but New England going into the game, I when people ask me prediction, like I don't know, I think Seattle should win, but I could see a path for New England because New England was smart enough to know their own limitations. They really were, and I think that that's how they won this year. That's how they played. I give them credit for understanding, knowing who they were. They didn't try to be a team they weren't, which was, and I always go back to, and I've referenced it a few times last couple of weeks, when they beat the Bills here in Week 5, and Sean McDermott after the game said, we played the game they wanted to. It's like, what game was that? He said they wanted to muck it up, and that's how they want to play. And if I can, I'll use a hockey comparison. They're like, and I know they didn't win the championship, they're like the Devils' left wing lock, right? Which is, we're just going to play this conservative game, wait for you to make a mistake, and then we're good enough to capitalize on that. And they have a very good young quarterback. There's no doubt about that. But I think that mostly Seattle, but I will say their warts showed up, and it really showed up big time against a team like this, which is their left side of their offensive line did not hold up. There's no doubt about that. They were never a good run team anyway. They couldn't run the ball. They had some explosives this year. We saw that with Henderson, but they really couldn't run the ball that well. They don't have a true number one receiver. They have a bunch of guys. They have like an everybody eats mentality. They're very much like the Bills in that regard. But the quarterback, there has to be some discussion going on in New England about his penchant for taking sacks and turnovers. That's got to be an issue that they have to talk about going forward here.
Well, especially, I mean, the sack problem has been a problem for him since he showed up, right? 21 sacks in the playoffs. I mean, it is his overall. I think there is a lot being made of how bad he was in the playoffs. He was great in the regular season, though, right? Like, I mean,
oh yeah,
like to me, like he is still somebody that is threatening going forward. But I also think you can point out at the same time that he was not good in the playoffs, really, in any of the games.
No, that's right, Joe. I don't want to sit here and I know, like, you know, I'm kind of like, you're here for it for the dunking on the Patriots, right? You're here for it because we're in Buffalo, and I totally get all that. But I think Drake May is really good, and I think he's got a very, very good future. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's a fraud. No, not at all. But I do think that that's the issue for Drake May, which is the sacks that he's taken, to turnovers, holding onto the ball. The hand size thing is funny because we always make fun of it, but he did have smaller hands compared to most quarterbacks, you know, coming out, elite quarterbacks. Like, that's something that people talked about. And I do think holding onto the ball has been a bit of an issue. So, yeah, I mean, they're in a good spot. Look, they're very much like the Bills, where I think they still need a real good upgrade at wide receiver. I think they still need a real good upgrade at pass rush. The difference is they have a lot more money than the Bills, and what's going to be an interesting offseason because they haven't paid him yet, and they don't have to for one more year.
34 games, regular season and playoffs. In his career, he's taken 102 sacks.
Yeah.
It's an insane number. So, but you're like, and there's Will Campbell, and there's the line getting better. So I'm with you. I'm with you on them.
Sal Capaccio. Sal, we got you on to talk in part because, you know, what's the next step for the Bills here? We'll go to the Combine soon.
Yep.
That's in a couple of weeks. And, start the process of the offseason, watching guys work out, putting together draft boards. When we talked to Brandon Bean last week, he said they're kind of starting in with the college scouts to build their board. But I saw a roundtable conversation, you know, all the heavy hitters of the Bills media talking about what could happen and are there any surprise moves on the way. And Deion Dawkins' name came up as a potential trade candidate. I wonder, you know, your thoughts on that as an idea, where it came from, and if there are any other high-profile, like, keep an eye out for this kind of move. Not that it's going to happen, but, you know, it's an offseason where they did make a major change at coach, and maybe other major changes are coming as well.
So I think it mostly came from our buddy Matt Perino. I don't know if Matt, you know, if there's someone else out there saying it, but you're referencing a podcast that we all did yesterday for with Andy Young at Spectrum. It was me, it was Matt, it was Elena Getzenberg of ESPN.com, and it was Chris Trapaso. And I know Matt's brought this up before, and I think he's just trying to think out of the box and different things that could happen here, which is creative and great. And I love it. It's a great conversation. My pushback to Matt is, and it still is, I just don't think financially, it makes sense for the Bills to be able to do something like that. We're talking about moving on in any capacity from Deion. But even a trade, I mean, you're talking about you trade him before June 1st. It's a $26 million, almost $27 million cap hit. You cut him, it's still the same thing. Now, if you wait until after June 1st and you moved on from him, like you could cut him and save $16 million, but who would do that? I mean, he's so valuable, right? He's a really, really good player. So I just don't think right now the Bills are in a position to do that financially. And the other part of it is, look, I mean, you want to talk about things going to happen this offseason. I think they're going to lose both McGovern and Edwards. Are you really set to lose 3/5 of your offensive line after a year in which Josh Allen was sacked more than any time in his career already? I just can't see that happening. So I disagree with Matt from that standpoint. I do think, though, that there is space to talk about different changes that we have not talked about before, like things that could happen that could be very surprising. I just don't think that's one of them. Maybe we're a year early on having that true discussion when it comes to a player like this.
If you're laying out surprises might be the kind of thing we don't identify, but what's on your list of keep an eye out for these? Is it Ed Oliver? Is it what could actually finally happen with Dawson Knox? I feel like Knox is a good example of all the potential things that could happen. So the short list of your potential surprises.
Yeah, and I think Dawson's a real good one here because I understand and I don't disagree that, like, if you move on from him and you save the $9.6 million, that's probably something that you could do and you could use and it would make sense. I think they also really value Dawson Knox. I would not be surprised to see some sort of restructure from Dawson Knox. I mean, it's super easy. He's got he's got close to a $10 million base salary. He's got 2 void years. You can restructure Dawson Knox. You could push a little money down the road, which isn't ideal. I totally get it. But you could save a lot of money just by restructuring him, and I think that they want him back on the team. Now, would it stun me if Dawson Knox, they moved on from him? I mean, think about it. Brian Daboll, who obviously was his offensive coordinator here in Buffalo, is now where? In Tennessee, where Dawson Knox is from, by the way, where he, I think, still owns a home and his family lives. Like, could you see him playing for that team next year if the Bills were to move on? Sure. But I think before you put the cart before the horse here, what is his value to the Bills? So I wouldn't be stunned if Dawson Knox isn't on the team in 2026. It would be more expected for them to work out a new deal with him in some capacity to keep him on the team. I do think around the front 7, it is interesting, and Ed Oliver's name comes up a lot. But again, you're talking about financials where what does it cost to move on from Ed Oliver? What's the dead money? $21 million. I mean, that's cutting him. Yeah. And I don't even know if you can cut. You can trade him, right? What's the trade? Let me look at him real quick. Again, $21 million. There's a lot of financial considerations here. So I think that the moves are, you're probably looking at 2 new offensive linemen because I just don't know how you're going to keep McGovern and Edwards or either of them. Cedric Van Pran-Granger and Alec Anderson are probably those guys who step in. And then on the other side of the ball, what's really interesting to me is how they not only operate the front 7, but that safety spot opposite Cole Bishop. I'll ask you guys, do you think the second safety on this team is on this team right now?
No,
probably not.
No.
So where do you get that guy from? That's going to be super interesting to me this offseason.
I'll give you one more name in the secondary. I'm just playing with it at overthecap.com. Is Taron Johnson a post-June 1 candidate?
He is to me, but talking with people who've watched, Jim Leonard's defense, it's not – I think we have to get out of this mentality that he's just going to have 4 linebackers on the field the whole time. It's actually more of a 3-3-5. He does use nickel. They do use a nickel, a nickel corner. And Taron Johnson has been very good, although I would say he didn't have quite the year last year. Yeah. He's obviously getting up there in age. I do think Taron Johnson is someone that they're going to really have to investigate what they want to do here because, yes, you're right. You move on from him post-June 1, it's $8.6 million in savings. I always have to remind people, though, here's the trick with that. You don't get that money until after June 1st. How are you using it? You can't use it in March.
I'll tell you how, because Brandon Beane and talking about the deadline saying they couldn't get teams to take a cap hit for guys they wanted to trade for. Like any post-June 1 cut sale, like I wonder if the GM would go to the year thinking, I want room at the deadline because I've been hamstrung by not having it. So, if I get 8.6 after June 1, great, because I need 8.6 on October 23rd.
Yeah, and then you spread out his cap hit of you'd be taking about a little over $4 million each of the next 2 years in dead cap money, which you could absorb. Oh, yeah. But I think that they're in such a bit of a crunch financially that having money available for free agency has to be
priority
how they're thinking. But sure, I totally get it. Like you could make that move and say, look, he's a little older. Didn't have quite the year last year. We could save some money going forward here. I think that would be interesting. I'm looking at Tre'Davious White. What happens with him? He had a good year last year, right? I mean, like you could probably sign him back to a pretty minimal deal. I think that he would love to be back in Buffalo, knowing what he feels about the city, about the organization. You have Max Hairston there. Is he ready for that full-time role? Yeah, maybe. But it could be another competition between those two. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline, of course. We think Curtis Samuel goner that's going to save you $6 million.
Yeah, I think that's an easy one, right? You gotta think that's probably happening. You move on from Curtis Samuel today, and it's $6 million in cap savings right off the top of your books. I think that's the case. I mean, I think Keon Coleman might be. This is something we talked about on the pod yesterday with everybody, which is we were all a little bit of a disagreement if Keon Coleman's on the team. I still think it's less likely he's on the team right now because of. Kind of all the signs and the things that have been said. It's more likely than it was for me a few weeks ago. After Joe Brady got hired, he said the things he said, and Brandon Beane said the things he said. But here's a bit of the reason why. We could all sit here and go, yeah, but you know what? He could be on the team and be the number 4 receiver. I don't know if that works. Does that work? You know what we're doing? You know what we're doing if Keon Coleman's a number 4 receiver going into the season? Talking all the time every week about why is Keon Coleman the number 4 receiver. It becomes a talking point that this organization does not need. And I think that matters.
And I just think, too, if you sign him, well, I guess how much change do they want at that position? Because we've talked about Cooks, too. Like, would they want to bring Cooks back? They said they're open to that. They might say that about anybody. But if you bring back Coleman, how much opportunity are you really giving that room to be remade a little bit or to be improved? I mean, one new guy, I would think at least. But, like, right, because we didn't get to Curtis Samuel with you, right, because that seems like more of an easy one. That's not quite a surprise. So that would be one guy. But I don't know. Like, I would want that spot that Coleman occupies for somebody that I would have a little bit more hope could, diamond in the rough or something.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there's two parts of it, Joe. It's the it's the talent and opportunity and all that you're talking about. It's obviously the stuff off the field. Like, has that been corrected? The tardiness, the things that we've talked about, right? Like, they could sit here all they want, and they can, and believe, okay, he's going to mature. Well, until we see it in practice, put to application, I say. And then you can go to training camp. He could look great. It doesn't matter. But what happens if you're 3 weeks into the year and you're like, yeah, it's not working out again? It becomes an issue again that you're talking about. And you're like, how did we get here again? And I just don't know if that works for everybody.
I got one more name for you on, like, we're kind of talking with Sal here about surprises, which I guess if we're talking about them, they wouldn't be that surprising. But, I'm at the site, like, well, could you save with a trade or a cut? If you're not going to sign, and I know, Sal, like 3/5 your offensive line, if you're not going to sign Osiris Torrance, you trade him, you save nearly $4 million. And you could just say, like, hey, you know what? I don't think he's a re-sign candidate. Maybe you do re-sign one of the other two and trade Torrance and replace him. Not that I need to do that, but whatever. Thinking outside the box a little bit here on things they could do.
I would think, though, that you could just let him play out his year. You could franchise him. You could do a lot of things next year, right?
But if you know you're not going to sign him to that big deal, and the franchise tag isn't it, you say, like, all right, well, let's...
Isn't that kind of like the Alex Tuck situation, though? Like, I'd rather just keep... If I know I'm not going to pay him, I'll take 1 year of him.
Well, the main difference is in the Alex Tuck situation, I don't need to open up space. And for Torrance, if I'm trying to open space, I could sign a guard whose cap hit is... whatever. I'm just... Like I said, we're trying to find ways for them to get money if there's any way to do it.
I've got one more guy, Sal, that we haven't talked about. Is Tyler Bass their kicker next year?
I don't know. It's a good question. I've thought about it.
Because that would save like 2.9 if they wanted to do something.
Yeah, I know, right? And I mean, after the injury and where he is, I could see another kicker there, no doubt. I mean, the new special teams coordinator, by the way, and I'm not telling you that Matt Prater necessarily even wants to play. I think that he's at an age now he wants to maybe just stay out in Arizona, but where he lives. But the new special teams coordinator was Matt Prater's special teams coordinator when Prater actually broke the NFL record for longest field goal kick in Denver. Like, you have a whole new special teams coordinator coming in, and Tyler Bass hasn't kicked the ball here in over a year. So I don't know. That's a good question, Joe.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
We'll have an interesting offseason, no doubt about it. Combine.
Do they do kickers at the combine?
Fast approaching.
Are there kickers at the combine?
No.
Shouldn't there be?
No.
That's the easiest thing to measure at a combine, wouldn't it?
That's why you don't need a combine. You don't need
it's okay. That's right.
a uniform measure of yardage.
Right. Is there a kicker expo or something
it's funny,
before
like,
the draft?
His career long is 68, but
at the expo,
on his home track, he kicked from 74.
Right.
I guess that is true. That can happen. All right. Chris Trapaso at 8 o'clock. I'm going to run the receiver class by him. I got a theory I'm starting to develop on this receiver class as I see more and more mock drafts. And at NFL.com, CBS Sports mock draft, just click the last couple minutes. A lot of Casey Concepcion out of Texas A&M, who Chris just did a deep dive in and posted. So we'll talk with Chris Trapaso coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR. The NFL is considering, Adam Schefter had this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, the NFL is considering changing what they will allow you to trade. That Right now, the rules are this is like your own dynasty league. How far in advance can we trade picks? Right, your own dynasty league has a set rule for how far in advance you can trade picks, and so does the NFL. The NFL is 3 years, so you can trade picks in the 2026, 27, and 28 draft, and they are going to talk about opening that up for 2 additional years.
Five
which
years.
is what was the first thing I thought. You guys can definitely get
You
this.
thought how many first-round picks the Bills can now offer for Justin Jefferson
Carnell Tate, close enough.
or Carnell Tate?
Yes, close enough. How many first-round picks could they offer? Come on.
5 years of first-round picks.
Who would you give up 5 first-round picks for? In the league. Jamar Chase?
Who am I?
The
I'm
Bills.
the Bills?
You're the Bills.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Not for Jamar Chase.
Here, Jefferson, that might be a little pricey, but
I mean, it's a little pricey for anybody. It'd be the biggest trade package of all time.
No, it's got to be a quarterback, and I don't need that. So,
Okay.
yeah, there's nobody I would do it for.
Okay. Is there a team? Let's flip it around the other way.
By the way, you could trade 5 years of picks that aren't first, right? Like
5 seconds.
yeah, like hey, I'll give you a third in 20. What year is it? 2031.
2030.
There you go.
Yeah. 2031. So
It's just more picks I can
3
trade.
firsts, 3 seconds, and 3 fives. I don't know. You could always do 3, but now you can do
5
5
years of fifth-round picks for Justin Jefferson. What say you, Minnesota?
That's funny.
Yeah.
No one's worth 5 firsts.
No non-quarterback is worth 5 firsts. I think there are quarterbacks worth 5 firsts. I don't think there's a non-quarterback.
Josh Allen worth 5 firsts for a team?
Yeah, more.
What team? You are not that the Bills would take it. That's the thing. 5 firsts for okay, who's worth it? Burrow's 5 firsts?
Yeah, I'm a quarterback needy team. I'm 5 for Burrow.
They pass this rule, and the Rams call the Bengals day 1 and say 5 firsts. Who says no?
I don't think I say no if I'm the Bengals.
Oof. You trade a quarterback that good, you might as well fold up shop.
I know, but it is 5 first-round picks. I mean, maybe you're thinking because he's there now.
That could be anything. That could be a Joe Burrow.
Right.
I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah. Hey everybody, Jeremy and Joe.
Did you see what not Chris Trapaso, he's coming up next. Did you see what the New Jersey Devils did yesterday?
You tell me what they did. It's one of these ones where I saw a thing happening, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to have Joe explain it to me.
There was a picture taken at the USA Pictures, whatever, first day there, and it was the Hughes brothers and the Kachuk brothers next to each other.
All right.
The Devils tweeted out a picture of Jack Hughes with the Kachuk brothers on their Twitter account. They had photoshopped Quinn Hughes out of the picture and did a horrible job of it because they forgot to take out one of his legs. So there's one too many legs there, and everyone quickly picked up on, they cut Quinn Hughes out of the picture. Which I guess, and I didn't know this until yesterday, is because they are bitter that he didn't want to be traded to the Devils and wanted to go to the Wild instead. And that's the source of their resentment. So they photoshopped him out of the picture.
Okay.
And left his right leg in it by accident.
The Devils' whole season got pretty much derailed by that thing. Like, they
By
thought they were
Quinn
getting
Hughes?
Quinn Hughes. They didn't get him, and then the locker room fell apart. And, that's why they've kind of tanked since then. They had a great start, but they thought they were getting Hughes, didn't do it, and...
It's not like they lost out on another move instead, though, right?
No, but after
it's more
that,
mental?
they tried, making other moves. Dougie Hamilton wouldn't even no move. It was a disaster. It's just, that drained their season.
They are... Ooh.
So petty, though.
Hold on. All right, we got to get to a break. I'm sorry. I had a
Devil's trade idea?
No, I had a phrase I was going to utter about the Sabres' first game back from the break. I mean, they're playing New Jersey, who's got 58 points. Just saying. That game's going to feel important.
Yeah.
Don't want you to lose that one.
Mm-hmm.
Just Chris Trapaso next here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
An NFL GM has said that Max Crosby has told the Raiders he'll never play for them again, and told Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I like this guy. Imagine telling Tom Brady, I'll never play for your trash organization again. He should record it and post it online and boost his value immediately. This guy told Tom Brady to buzz off.
He also said Crosby's representatives have begun informing other teams that he has no intentions of playing for the Raiders, too. So he's telling that to teams.
Good.
Allegedly. So, I believe it.
You want him?
Why wouldn't I believe it?
Is it a good idea?
It's a good idea.
Is it the best idea?
No. Maybe. It remains to be seen. Like, I have not seen a bigger name that has become available. If Myles Garrett today demands a trade again, then there's a better idea. And actually, you know what? I guess we do know one. We know Trey Hendrickson is going to make it to free agency.
Well,
and to me, maybe that's only one. So are you splitting hairs? Like, if I could be picky, I'd say I'd rather have Hendrickson in free agency. But that doesn't mean to me Crosby's not a good idea. Like, I think Crosby he's a great player. He's a great run defender on top of the pass rushing.
Yes, that's what sets him from Hendrickson apart. Really, is he's incredible against the run. A lot of tackles for loss in Crosby.
Right.
Which of these pass rushers would better fit for Jim Leonard? That's a question for the Bills that they probably couldn't even answer for you honestly. But I mean, Crosby of course would fit, and I'm sure Hendrickson would too.
I think the reason why Hendrickson is also more enticing to me is that the numbers seem to point to, while Crosby's a better all-around defensive end, Hendrickson has more in the tank right now as a pass rusher. Like, all the advanced numbers show that right now, and even for the last 3 years, he is a better pass rusher. And he has been. He's led the league in sacks. And to me, I've had defensive ends that are good against the run. I've had guys that set the edge and are responsible. And the thing that I'm trying to chase that I've not had is one dude that is going to break a game wide open on defense because they can't keep him out of the backfield on passing plays.
Yeah.
What does the GM always say? It's not about, I need a defensive end that's able to stop Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. It's, I need to get Mahomes on the ground. I need to get Jackson on the ground.
Reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Dion Dawkins, maybe as a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. You know, this team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move. So it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age, and on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in. That's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so.
Waiting at the 15. Comes up to the 20. He doesn't need much space. Concepcion across midfield. Down the sideline. Gets a block. One man to beat. And a house call. And the Aggies have their first touchdown of the season. That's how you introduce yourself to a new fan base. Right there.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Draft talk kind of getting started. Combine season is on the way. The Combine getting started in a couple of weeks from Indianapolis. Of course, we'll have complete coverage of that. And joining us on the Worcester Hotline is Chris Trapaso, who we talk to from time to time about the draft, about young players in the NFL. Chris, good morning. Thanks for taking time today. How are you?
I'm doing great, and you playing a KC Concepcion highlight, I believe that was a punt return touchdown, is music to my ears because he's one of my favorites for the Bills early in this draft.
Yeah, we'll get to him. I saw you posted a big video about him just the other day. One thing I want to ask you, we'll get to a lot of receivers, I'm sure, over the course of the next couple months, and linebackers and safeties and defensive line edge, how as the Bills change what they do schematically, do you find that it's maybe a more interesting offseason than the last few because of all those defensive changes? Like the type of player you can kind of forecast as a fit is a lot different?
100%, because we don't really know, which, maybe that uncertainty creates anxiety for fans or people in the media, but I think in general it's fun because there has been so much status quo with this Bills organization in terms of who they're going to bring in, the archetypes that they're going to try to target in the draft. We just don't know. And I think that change was needed, and to have obviously the same offensive coordinator, same play caller, but a completely different philosophy on the defensive side, way more blitzing, way more man coverage. And I think specifically the biggest difference will be there will be two edge players. There will be a defensive lineman that will have his hand in the dirt, that will be like a 5 technique, bigger, longer, like 6'4", 300 pounds, somewhere in that range. And then the stand-up rush linebacker that will actually be your kind of your classic, what you picture in your mind as an edge rusher. When during the Sean McDermott era, they really just plugged in the Greg Rousseaus, the AJ Epinezas. They drafted Landon Jackson that were bigger. They could play all three downs. Those were their only edge rushers. So I think on the defensive side, there's just a lot more variety in what Jim Leonhard can do based on the personnel that he's going to bring in.
What do you think they need the most from those new types of players? Guys that you don't see kind of transition from what McDermott used to run to what Leonhard runs?
Well, this is something that I thought the Bills needed during the McDermott era, and they really never tried to acquire this player who was young. They do need that smaller, quicker, faster speed rusher on the outside who can win to the quarterback in like under 2 seconds or under 2.5 seconds. That was the one issue that even when I think why Gregory Rousseau he's a good player, we all understand that, but why he seems to kind of be invisible in some of the bigger games against the better quarterbacks, at 6'7" and 260 pounds, it takes him longer to win. And the pressures, if you looked at a lot of his time to pressure, it was one of the slowest in the NFL. AJ Epinesa had that problem. Really the only time that they brought in that type of player was Von Miller, and he was in his mid-30s, and before that injury in 2022 was really good, and after that, not so much. Javon Solomon, you could say, was that type, but being a day 3 pick, it wasn't a heavy investment. So I think getting up with the times in the NFL and showing that against a Joe Burrow or against even a Bo Nix or a Patrick Mahomes or the litany of really good young quarterbacks that are coached to get the ball out quickly, you need that 6'2", 6'3", Nick Bonito type, 240 to 250-pound outside linebacker that can win just with speed and power and burst around the corner and affect the quarterback in a flash, because the ball does come out that quick in today's NFL.
Yeah, like to do that, Chris, to talk about the players that they might need at this position, we could evaluate what they have here, right? And that's Rousseau. And after that, Javon Solomon and Landon Jackson. This is definitely not this is not Landon Jackson, right? This is a totally I don't know if they might find a fit for him, but you're talking about bend. You want bend in the next set of defensive ends from the Buffalo Bills.
First step quickness, bend around the corner, that flattening to the quarterback ability that, again, we did see a little bit in the Von Miller, like the first 10 games of that season, his first in Buffalo. Beyond that, the Bills don't have that bendy type of player. I mean, Javon Solomon, I think, has a little bit of it, but the first step quickness with him is not going to threaten a lot of offensive tackles in the NFL. So, yes, that's exactly the type they need. And I would say, no, Landon Jackson is not a great fit. He's really one that stands out. I do think that Jim Leonhard will try to fit as many of the players as he has into the scheme because the Bills aren't rebuilding. But no, Landon Jackson at like 6'5" and 265, 270 pounds potentially is not that type.
How is this draft class for this type of edge rusher you're talking about? Are they, I mean, of course, like the guys at the very, very top tend to be the freak show pass rushers, but how about late first round, second, third? Like, is it a good class for bendy, speedy rushers?
It is. I think the edge rusher class is probably the deepest that I've graded in the last 5 or 6 years. It's not just Reuben Bain and another name that's probably going to be one of the top picks, David Bailey from Texas Tech. There are a bunch of others that I could run through, but I think it's kind of early to do that. We got to see how these guys test too. But I can tell you that the 15 or so edge rushers that I've watched and evaluated so far, there are more of those 6'2" to 6'4", 235 to 255 pound stand-up rush linebackers that I think Jim Leonhard will really like in this draft process.
While we're on the defense, what would be next on your wish list? Another linebacker or probably the safety that would be next to Cole Bishop?
Safety, definitely. I think, I heard you guys in the previous segment talking with Sal, and you guys in unison agreed that the other safety is not on the roster right now. And I just raved about the edge class. The safety class might actually be better. I think, and I'm looking at my grades from all my past scouting grade books. I'm only I think I'm 10 safeties in, the best safety class that I've ever evaluated. It is not just Caleb Downs. And frankly, I think Caleb Downs at this point from Ohio State is a awesome prospect. I think he's a tad overrated.
And they have him going top 5 maybe? How have you seen him go?
I don't think he's Eric Berry or Kyle Hamilton, who obviously should have been picked way earlier. I'm trying to think of other safeties who went super duper early. Jamal Adams went way early. I think Caleb Downs is very good, but don't think that this class is just anchored by him. Like you will see at the Combine some big-time testing. There's a safety from Oregon, a safety at Maryland, the Toledo safety that Lance Zierlein mocked to the Bills last week, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who looks like Nick Emanwari playing in the MAC. He's big. He's super explosive. It is a very good safety class. And to me right now, that is, after wide receiver, the position that I would handicap as the next position that the Bills address after picking a wide receiver in the first round.
Wide receiver first round is what you want. All right, Chris, you said it means we're allowed to get there. Chris, one thing I wonder about this receiver class, like I've seen, a number of others talk about 11 of the top 50, or there's a good number here, and it might not have like the Marvin Harrison Jr. name, but then I got Carnell Tate at the top, and Neighbors versus Jordan Tyson. And 2 years ago, we saw 7 receivers go in the first round. And I'm seeing a routine 6 here. And if we're going the first 2 rounds, how many are we at? Are we at 10 to 12 wide receivers that are worthy of the first 2 rounds?
Yeah, I think this wide receiver class will get probably that many. But I think for this class, that will just be more so because the position is so valuable. And even though there's seemingly a surplus of quality talent at the position in every class, teams just understand. They're on to you, Jeremy. They know that wide receiver really moves the needle in the NFL today. So I think what you brought up is a very good point, that there's no Malik Neighbors. I don't even think there's a Tet McMillan in this class necessarily. There's certainly not like a Drake London or a Jamar Chase or a Jalen Waddle, those guys that have all been like consensus top 10 picks. But it does feel like after that, and to me, more so late round 1 all the way into like early round 3 is where I think you can get the proper value at this wide receiver spot. I think it's a good class, but not an amazing class at wide receiver.
Do you think that there's any copycat league, say what you will, do you think that JSN will force teams to reevaluate falling in love with guys that are big?
I hope so. I mean, it is a long time coming, and I think if you, and this is not anything toward the Bills, this is just in general, if your offensive coordinator, whether he's your head coach, play caller, whatever, if he is just statically keeping a 6'1", 200-pound wide receiver at X on the outside to the left of the formation 80% of the time, like that's a problem with your offensive play caller and your play designer. We saw JSN align in the backfield and run wheel routes like James Cook would run, in the slot, on the outside, in motion, at Z, all the other positions. And he was like 6 foot, 190 pounds at his combine. He was not particularly big. So I think in today's NFL, we have seen it for the last 5 to 7 years, and I feel like we've kind of talked about it on this show. You do not need to be 6'1", 205 to play outside receiver in the NFL. Bunch formations, stack formations. I think Joe Brady actually does a very good job moving around his receivers and using different alignments. So, yes, I think if you're 5'8", 170, you're not going to play on the outside. But as long as you're a little bit taller than that and maybe have a little bit more weight, you can play inside and you can play outside, and you really should be moved around in a lot of different spots pre-snap.
How many of these top receiver prospects, especially in the first 2 rounds, would you say have limitations that would prevent them from doing what you just mentioned with JSN, where like you can move him in any position and expect results?
The only one that I think it would be a projection that might be a first or a second round pick is Zachariah Branch from Georgia, who is probably going to run one of the fastest 40s. He reminds me a lot of Kadarius Toney when he was coming out of Florida. And I know Toney's had like off-field problems and all that, but he's that type of gadget player, and he was never really deployed in any other way. But Mekhi Lemon was mostly a slot receiver. He reminds me a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown, but I think he can play on the outside. I mean, he would fit in that smaller outside receiver that is going to just completely uncover against any bigger, not as athletic corner on the outside. Carnell Tate can win on the outside. Concepcion can win on the outside. Omar Cooper from Indiana. So it's not really a class that I think there's, the best receivers are 5'9", 180 pounds. I think a lot of them can play on the perimeter 40, 50, 60% of the time in the NFL.
Yeah, Branch is. I'm trying not to become biased towards Branch because I play with him in the video game and he's insane. But I also
He's
saw
really athletic.
Like yesterday, I read a piece about him, and the NFL comparison I saw for him was Curtis Samuel, which didn't make me
that's
feel
where I
great.
have him too.
Curtis Samuel, like, and that is where, like, a guy like that, or maybe somebody else, where yak is mentioned as like one of the first things that makes the guy special. I wonder how that will sit with Bills fans, and also what the Bills would think, because they already have Shakir for that, but I don't know, like, they clearly think it's important, and I wonder if they would go for another guy that has that as one of their, top traits.
Yeah, and again, I think with Zachariah Branch, he's going to test really well, and I think after the Combine, we're going to be talking about him like, all right, he's going to go in the first round just based off of his Combine workout. But again, with him, I think there is projection. It's kind of like, it's not apples to apples, but when Zay Jones came out of East Carolina, tested through the roof, he was bigger, but at East Carolina, they just threw him like 10 bubble screens a game, and it took him a long time to learn the route tree, learn subtleties to get open. With Zachariah Branch, I think the best situation for a team with him is if he does slip late into the first, early into the second, that's when you pick him to say the talent is just too good to pass up. But to me, a first-round wide receiver needs to be pretty close to being a finished product in the ways that you want him to win in the NFL.
Chris Trapaso joining us on the Western Hotline. Chris, I want to get to Concepcion, who you talked about, but the way the Bills' room is constructed now, I know you weren't a big fan of the Keon Coleman pick, but you have been a big Khalil Shakir guy pretty much from the start. Yeah. Do you think that the next version of the Bills' offense has, in Shakir, a receiver that they don't use, right? Like, they use him so close to the line of scrimmage and behind the line of scrimmage that if they just decided, you know what, we actually have a guy that can be used down the field, then it's almost like getting a brand new receiver that you already have.
That's a really good point, and I think that I can kind of play off what Joe mentioned with Zachariah Branch, that if he's the player that they pick, Branch, or they do pick a wide receiver that is a yards after the catch specialist, I absolutely agree with what you're getting at, that we've seen Khalil Shakir make difficult grabs down the field. He's not someone that ran 4.6 at the Combine. He ran in the 4.4s. He is a little smaller and shorter and doesn't have long arms, but that does not mean that you can't win down the field. So that could be something where, whether it's a Christian Kirk in free agency, or it is someone in the draft, or they, the number one wide receiver that they either trade for or draft is really good after the catch on screens, has contact balance, then I think it would be really smart for the Bills to say, look, Khalil Shakir does not need to be this extension of the run game type player. His average depth of target can increase by 2 or 3 yards next season, because I think he is a very well-rounded wide receiver who catches everything.
Chris Trapaso joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, so to Concepcion, who you mentioned, Texas A&M, one comp I've seen for him, and it's because of a very specific thing that he does, which is separate at all 3 levels. It's like wins early, intermediate, and downfield. I've seen it comp to Zay Flowers, who, of course, went to the Ravens. That was one of the things they said about him. What do you like about Concepcion? And the big knock against him, of course, that I read, is his drop rate. He does have a case of the drops, which might be why he could be available at the end of the first round as opposed to earlier.
Yeah, I think the Zay Flowers comp is pretty good. I actually think that Zay Flowers was a little bit more explosive when changing directions. I actually have comped Casey Concepcion, ironically, to Rashid Shaheed, who the Bills were apparently in on at the trade deadline. With Concepcion, like you mentioned, when you watch the Texas A&M film, he wins underneath, after the catch, when they scheme him open on those Khalil Shakir-type plays. He showed really intricate and advanced route running ability at the intermediate level to get open on dig routes, on post corner routes that are really hard to run, where you're changing directions twice on one play. And then, to me, what I think the Bills offense certainly needs, and I think we could all agree, the vertical separation is definitely there. I don't know if he's going to run like 4.28 or 4.31 and completely erupt at the Combine, but I think he's going to be in somewhere in the 4.4 range, maybe high 4.3s. And what I do like about his ability downfield beyond the speed that will kind of counteract some of the drops. He had 7 drops on 101 targets last year. 10 of 15 contested catch wins last season. So you see him when he wins down the field and he's open, there's a safety coming over the top, hitting him. He's not dropping the football. He can make those difficult grabs in traffic. So I think at 21 years old with only 3 years of college experience, when some of these guys are entering the league 4, 5, 6, 7 years in college because of the COVID year and all that, I think there is so much upside with this player, but he's also pretty refined and pretty ready to win as a separator, which is what the Bills offense has needed from the get-go.
Is there an idea at this position you do not like?
Like in round one?
Yeah. Or a player that you would just like is kind of on like a stay away alert from you?
I got to see the combine because I really factor that in a lot to my evaluations. I'm a little lower on Jordan Tyson than everyone else. I think what he showed at like 18 or 19 years old was impressive. I don't know if he got better after that. And he did have a really good quarterback last year, and I know Sam Levitt got hurt midway through the season at Arizona State. But I think Jordan Tyson he's not exactly to the Keon Coleman range where I really did not think the Bills should have drafted Keon Coleman in 2024. But I think of like the presumed to be, their top 3 wide receivers, top half of the first-round picks, Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, I think is a little bit overrated at this point.
How did you like hearing Joe Brady and Brandon Beane continue to take up for Keon Coleman? Again, understanding you were not on the pick at the outset, he has shown some ability. Do you think it's worth it for them to keep trying this thing? I see somebody else recently, was it an NFL receiver, talking about how he's been unfairly criticized and there's some skill in there, there's ability in there. Do you think it's worth continuing to try it, or would you cut bait?
I would try to find someone to trade with. Like, I think he needs a change of scenery. It would make sense as the Bills have this awesome opportunity to rebuild their entire wide receiver room. And I heard you guys before 8 o'clock, like if you bring back Coleman and you bring back Josh Palmer and you have Shakir, you have 3 of the same receivers. I think it needs, I don't want to say a complete overhaul where it's just Shakir and then 4 new guys, but 2 or 3 new wide receivers I don't think would be crazy in this in this offense. And I wonder, not that I'm a big press conference analysis person, but after what Terry Pagula said about a player, on the roster, took a lot of criticism for that. I wonder how much of Brandon Beane and Joe Brady during the Joe Brady press conference was like, hey, this guy's on a roster, we believe in him. And that's what a coach and a GM have to say at this point, even if they're just trying to keep his trade value more than, a 2028 7th-round pick. I mean, they were not necessarily heaping praise on Kyer Elam, but Brandon Beane and company 2 years ago were, we believe in him. He's entering year 4, new coach, and they ultimately traded him and got a 5th-rounder back. So I think they have to go into the offseason saying that about a player on the roster to keep the trade value up. And if they can't find someone to trade for him, he may have to be the wide receiver 4 or 5 on this roster.
Chris Trapaso joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of the draft. Chris, thanks. We'll of course check in maybe after the combine because there's a lot still to be determined, and I'm sure that I'm going to get excited about every one of these wide receivers saying that they have met with the Bills, because if there's a tradition unlike any other, it's the Bills meeting with all of the receivers, even if they don't draft them or they do draft them. They always talk about it. They always flirt with it. Maybe this year they finally get it done.
Yeah, totally. One last thing I want to say. I always think about your Twitter profile pic, which I do remember was from the Mario Williams saga.
That's right.
And I feel like this year, when the Bills draft a receiver in the first round, that can apply for you just in pure exuberance when they actually pick a receiver in the first round, that picture will apply to that situation as well.
Yes, indeed. Or if they don't, the picture applies too.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
It's a beautiful thing about my profile picture. I could never change it because it's good or bad. It fits every scenario. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Joe.
Chris Trapaso on the Western Hotline, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on edge rushers, on receivers, on safeties. The good news is, in all 3 cases, it sounds like the classes are good at all 3 positions. So,
yeah.
All right. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll get excited about a safety.
The safety class.
I got excited about
the best he's ever seen.
I got excited about safety last year. I like that idea. We flirted with that for 24 hours last year. I like that idea last year.
He mentioned the Toledo safety, Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Yeah.
He's 6'2", 205. He's big. tall
All right.
for a safety.
803-0550.
I'm just going to watch Zachariah Branch highlights the whole break now.
Yeah?
He's so fast.
Concepcion.
Every
what's his
highlight
highlights?
is a screen, though, which drives me a little bit nuts.
You know
Another screen guy. I mean, I like what Chris said, though. Like, Chris said, like, this guy, that's how Georgia used him, and there's so much speed and talent in there that some NFL team's going to get way more out of him.
Do you remember what Bills wide receiver drafted in the first round? I'm giving you way too much information here. Whose biggest criticism was all he does is catch screens?
No.
Sammy Watkins. That was Sammy.
I don't remember that
was
him.
One of the big knocks on Watkins was they throw 50% of his passes behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
There was a knock on him.
He was not that guy in the pros.
No.
I don't think anywhere he went.
He's a guy that, man, if there's ever like a what might have been, the talent was there, and it just never really all came together. Whether
Injuries
it was
and
fit, injuries, I don't know. Never came together. Well, Mike Evans, he's a free agent. He's a free agent.
I will believe when I see it that guy won't play for the Bucs.
Same. 803-0550. If you want to join us, you hear anything there you want to chime in on, go for it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah, nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like, nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like, he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like, that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah. Reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Deion Dawkins, maybe as a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. This team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move. So it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age, and on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in – that's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so.
The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak will be taking the Raiders head coaching job. Mike Macdonald said he will immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak, per NFL Network's insiders. David Njoku announced on Instagram that he will not return to the Browns in 2026. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, the 49ers reported late last night, defensive lineman Keion White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on. Leaderboard has shifted a little bit with the gold medal rankings. Now Norway on top still, 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Switzerland in second, 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. Italy now in third, and the U.S. fell to 6th as they have 2 medals still, with both of them being gold. Team USA Curling advances to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. Came down to the final shot of the match. And Team USA Women's Hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. The men's hockey action starts tomorrow, and Team USA gets involved in it on Thursday. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You feel bad for the Patriots because it wasn't their best showing, but we got to be proud of our season, right? I think that's going to be the main message from Mike Vrabel to these guys is like, you played so well. That being said, the Bills are going after him next year. The Bills are going to retake the division, Whit. I have a strong feeling about that.
Here they come, baby.
Ryan Fitzpatrick on Fitz and Wit. The number I got for you here, quick note, I've been charting this. The number currently, Joe, is 81. What does 81 represent?
81. The number of receivers that you've watched highlights from so far in this draft.
No.
81.
The number is the difference in real field temperature between Buffalo and Vostok Station in Antarctica.
Ah, right.
That's a big gap. It's not been 81 for a while.
No,
We've been hovering in the 20s as a difference. It's negative 58 at Vostok Station.
Negative 58?
Yeah, and here in Buffalo, it's a real field like 23. So, nice. Nice separation there.
Did anybody there pack shorts?
It's been so cold. I told you a few times that I have an Antarctica research station in my phone's weather just to, all right, it is colder somewhere on this earth. It is 28 degrees.
It wasn't by much, though, for a while.
No, that's right. Now we're 80 degrees difference.
Yeah. What do you think shorts weather is for them?
Ooh. You ever see those YouTube videos?
Yeah.
They don't even open the door and go outside. You go.
It's like a triple door, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll just. Go, it's like Hoff.
It's like going into space where you can't open the next door until you're like totally secure on the first one.
Yeah, I think that sounds
because
right.
then
it's
it
the
gets
airlock.
An airlock, right?
803-0550, our number 1-888-550-2550. We talk receivers with Chris Trapaso. If you want to throw something our way, we'll be happy to take it. This receiver class will be interesting. He wants a first-round receiver. He's on Casey Concepcion as a nice fit for the Bills out of Texas A&M. Mike in Virginia is up. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm just looking back at the Coleman trade. He's forever going to be linked to Worthy. It's not his fault, but it is what it is. I'm thinking and looking back, would you guys rather have had Worthy for Coleman at this point? Their numbers, I don't think they're all that different. I like Coleman actually a little bit better. I don't think he's being utilized properly the way I'd like to see it. I'm just curious what your thoughts are. I hate to kind of dig that back up, but I think it's relevant. And, Jeremy, I've got you beat. I tracked Yakutsk in Siberia, and it's minus 33 there.
Wow.
Fellow weather nerd. So
you've
just throwing that your way, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks. So the one thing I would say about this, would I rather they've drafted Worthy instead of Coleman? Who did the Chiefs get? That's what I would ask.
Mm-hmm.
Who did the Chiefs get? And the reason I would ask that is the Bills lost an AFC championship game by 3, and the guy that they let them draft had a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes a trade can be about 5 years. Sometimes it can be, in this world we live in today, about one game.
Mm-hmm.
When they made the trade to the Chiefs. If the Chiefs had drafted Coleman and the Bills, by trading down, get Worthy, and Coleman had a touchdown in the AFC Championship game, I would be like, you shouldn't have done that. It's very, very easy for me the moment they traded with them. I don't care what happens. You have to catch them. And in the game that year, that guy scored.
Mm-hmm.
Problem. He had 6 catches and a touchdown. He led the game in receiving yards. So I know that, you could say, well, the trade, looking back, neither player ends up being that good. So far, there's been one very important game between the two, and that guy had 6 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown, and the Bills guy couldn't get on the field on the final drive for the most important moments. That's it. If Coleman has a great career from this point forward, that's great. It can be a better pick.
And even though it didn't go well for Worthy last year, if you were playing the game of, let me just compare the two in a vacuum right now, who's the better player, who's been the more useful player, Worthy does not have all of the showing up late to meeting stuff, I don't believe, not that I know of, that Coleman has. And you say the numbers look similar. Remember, Worthy is used as a runner also a lot too. So while he has, only 200 more receiving yards, scrimmage yards in the 2 years, I've got a total for Worthy of over 1,361, and Coleman's at 969. And again, I'm with you. That's not even the biggest point here. You could expand it out for Worthy, though. How about this? Last year, on their way to the Super Bowl, Worthy led the whole NFL playoffs in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns.
That only counts, though, because he lit up the Super Bowl late.
Late?
Yeah.
He did have big games before that, too, though?
I don't know.
What do you do against the Bills?
You tell me. Against the Bills, he had 6 for 85 and a touchdown, which is a nice game. But in the Super Bowl,
in the playoffs last year, he went against Houston, 6 targets, 5 for 45. Against the Bills, he went 7 targets, 6 for 85 and a touchdown, added 16 yards on the ground.
Take out the Super Bowl.
Sure, in the Eagles game, he went 157 and 2 touchdowns.
But that's when they were already down 34. So,
but 85 and a touchdown to send them to the Super Bowl.
I know. That's what I needed in that game. I needed that too. The Bills' leading receiver in that AFC Championship game was Mac Hollins, 73 yards and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm. And I think, right now, I don't think Worthy looks great. Last year was not good for him. I would 100 times out of 100 rather have him right now than Keon Coleman.
Sure.
I've got something to work with. My biggest problem with Coleman has always been, what is he supposed to be good at? Contested catches? Tough. Wasn't good in college at it. Isn't good in the NFL in it. Has drop problems. Is he supposed to be fast? No. Supposed to be a separator? No. Is he supposed to be an outside guy? No. They're trying to make him that. Is he trying to be a slot guy? I don't know. I've never seen him do it. What is he supposed to be? The only thing I have a proven track record of him being good at is yards after catch. And we have guys for that. Worthy, maybe he didn't go well last year. I know what he's supposed to be good at.
Stretch the field.
Stretch the field, big plays, and speed. So I've got something to mold there, hopefully. I don't know what you're molding in Coleman. What am I molding him into? I've never known the answer to that question. They're trying to make him this big physical outside perimeter receiver that makes contested catches, and he's never been that. So to me, it's not even close. Even though Worthy didn't have a good year last year at all.
I end up thinking both guys are specialists to a point. You know, one guy's a gadget guy, the other guy's a big gadget guy. I know we often call small players gadget guys. You know, I'm excited to kind of branch out into different conversations about guys this year, but it's a fair question, Mike. Like, looking back, how's it look? To me, you lost the most important game you've played in the last 4 years, and that guy had a touchdown in a game you lost. Like, we can sit here and say, Denver, you gave them 6 free points in a game you lost by 3. You did. You lost because of turnovers. In that game, they drew up a play to get their guy on your guy. They scored. They won by 6. They won by 3. So that it is kind of wild how, like, that happened. That's part of this. That happened. You traded down for them, for a guy they didn't think they would get. And even if he never does anything else for them ever again, one time, why does New England have a Super Bowl appearance and you don't? It's probably not as easy as just, well, this one player existed, but man, it's a part of it.
Maybe. I mean, he had, in a game where you were playing to go to the Super Bowl, he had 101 total yards and a touchdown.
101, yeah, because he had a rushing play too. Sure.
Was Juju Smith-Schuster going to do that to you? Like, I don't want to just definitively say that trade and his existence on the Chiefs cost the Bills a Super Bowl berth.
It's in the mix.
But it's a possible outcome that if he's not on the Chiefs and they're throwing those passes to, looking at the receiver from that day, to 33-year-old DeAndre Hopkins, that it doesn't go as well and maybe the Bills win the game because the margin was that slim.
Yeah.
Marquise Brown also was on that team. Maybe he was the guy they would have thrown to.
803-0550. Dwayne Carter was also acquired in that trade. Kind of. They didn't get another pick.
Yeah, but so was Jaden Hicks,
right,
who plays safety for the Chiefs.
Right. Often that trade,
they're getting more out of him than the Bills have gotten out of Carter.
Right. Often that trade is kind of sold as the Bills added a pick. They didn't. It was a double swap. You moved down in the first and up from the fourth to the third. And,
right. They drafted a safety like 20 picks behind where they were, 30 picks behind where they would have got, a different one earlier.
803-0550. Trey in Buffalo. Hey, Trey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just wanted to touch on Drake May. I think definitely he showed that he was a product of a regular season, like, easy schedule. Like, his performance in the Super Bowl is definitely one of the worst I've seen in, like, recent years. And I definitely think we should go for a wide receiver early in the draft, maybe even trade up to show that we're trying to win now. And, like, definitely go for, like, a big body, like, wide receiver. I know Coleman didn't work out, but I'll look at Boston, and he looks pretty good, and he looks like he could be that guy for us.
Denzel Boston. He's one. Thanks, Trey. Like, we're early in this process. I want to do two things. I want to be, of course, mindful that big doesn't equal can't play, can't separate. But
he's 6'4".
He's big. He's definitely big. I worry about big-bodied and contested catch being the primary selling point. But that's maybe not him, He's I'm going to want the magic word of separation. That's the only thing I'm going to care about. And big is not going to matter to me.
I hope their goal isn't to replace Keon Coleman with someone what they thought Coleman was going to be.
Yeah. I mean, the NFL.com, the overview, this is usually Lance Zierlein, he wrote this. Puka comparisons for Denzel Boston. Again, like, okay. He writes, though, it's funny enough.
What is a Puka comparison?
Here it is. Like Puka, he enters the draft with speed and separation concerns and outstanding competitive toughness. He gets off the line with good burst, top speed through the route. Could have issues beating press, but releases can be schemed. And that's something, by the way, the Rams do a lot with Puka.
They do.
You ever see the Rams run Puka through the C gap in their play action game? They have him run between linemen out for free releases to get him into space.
I would be scared of anybody getting a Puka comparison, personally. I think that's a dangerous game to play. He is unbelievable. He's one of the most impressive receivers in football. I think
he can catch everything.
I think
he catches everything.
He's a bit of not a unicorn. He's a bit of an anomaly, a bit of a lottery ticket.
He's a perfect
I think if you draft 100 guys that are described that way coming into the league, like Puka was, because he went in the 5th round, 99 times, you're probably getting a bad player. Puka happened, so it can work. I think your hit rate on the guys that are maybe a little smaller, that can separate, not even just like those track speed guys, but guys that can separate, I think your hit rate's going to be a lot higher.
Yeah. I'm going to sit here and tell you, I am not here for comparisons, but you're going to read the Denzel Boston scouting report, and you're going to be afraid it's Coleman. One NFC scouting director.
I'm almost scared off Zachariah Branch because I saw Lance Zierlein compare him to Curtis Samuel.
One NFC scouting director. I don't think speed concerns are valid. Anyway, you don't have to be fast when you're as good as he is when guarded. Maybe that might all be right. Anybody tell me, don't worry that he doesn't look that fast is immediately going to scare me. And it's okay if he's not that fast because he can win with his body and win with size. I got one of those. If I want to resurrect one of those, I've got one on the team. I don't need to spend another high draft pick on one of those. I want, elite speed. Elite speed separation, downfield separation, younger, better Brandon Cooks. Cook, look at how quickly Cooks got the trust of Allen and got peppered with targets. That kind of receiver, smaller, separator, not even really small, but you don't have to be 6'4", 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
And Boston, whatever. He might be really nice by the time we get to the draft. Maybe I'll be talked into it. But anybody saying speed, schmeed, all right. That gets me nervous. 803-0550 to join us. Thanks for the calls. Get more of your calls on the other side. I brought something, and you guys forgot that I ordered something on Amazon for the show. You forgot.
You did?
I did. I ordered a prop. You forgot.
Is this like a confetti cannon? What was this?
Close. My wife asked when she saw it on our Amazon account, she said, is this fraud? And I had to say, I said, no, I bought that. We'll bust that out maybe 9 o'clock hour, see what we can have fun with. 803-0550 on WGR. Reached out to Sal to talk about trade ideas for the Bills because I saw he was part of a conversation there with Matt Perino of the Shell podcast. They're talking about the idea of Deion Dawkins, maybe as a trade candidate. And I feel like Ed Oliver's name is mentioned occasionally. This team just fired its head coach in a bit of a surprise move. So it almost feels like the entire offseason should be a lot of everything's on the table kind of conversations. So I texted Sal. I'm like, all right, you want to come on and talk to us about this idea of trading Dawkins? Is it feasible? What's the cap look like? His age, and on and on and on. I have not really thought about it at all. For a team that's in the spot that they are in, to me, trading the left tackle seems like it would not be a likely move. But like I said, they fired the coach and made a replacement there, which was a surprise. So I'm not saying that McDermott is the new Gretzky was traded, but I have to keep everything on the table because that was a shocking maneuver, and they did it. So anything's possible.
I mean, anything like that, like an unexpected big money contract move like that from somebody who's been here and meant a lot. It could be Dawkins, it could be Oliver, it could be anybody like that. That would have to start with you have an intention of using the money you're saving on something specific, right? Like, you're not getting rid of these guys to get rid of these guys. I don't think.
No.
There is something you want to do this offseason, and you don't have enough room for it, and that's a way to create $15 million, $20 million, whatever the number is for both of them. I'm sure you're spreading it out. The thing that just seems like a weird, with Dawkins, less with Oliver, less with, Dawson Knox, other guys they can move around contracts with, is what am I doing to replace that guy? And their O-line has been great, and I moved the most important position off my O-line away for whatever reason you want to do it, and then aren't I investing something really significant immediately right around to replace him? Aren't I spending a first-round pick? Or aren't I spending something money-wise, right? You're not just plugging in – that's not I plug in Alec Anderson type of position, is it?
I don't think so. I saw a roundtable conversation, all the heavy hitters of the Bills media talking about what could happen and are there any surprise moves on the way. And Deion Dawkins' name came up as a potential trade candidate. I wonder, your thoughts on that as an idea, where it came from, and if there are any other high-profile, keep an eye out for this kind of move. Not that it's going to happen, but, it's an offseason where they did make a major change at coach, and maybe other major changes are coming as well.
So I think it mostly came from our buddy Matt Perino. I don't know if Matt, if there's someone else out there saying it, but you're referencing a podcast that we all did yesterday for with Andy Young at Spectrum. It was me, it was Matt, it was Elena Getzenberg of ESPN.com, and it was Chris Trapaso. And I know Matt's brought this up before, and I think he's just trying to think out of the box and different things that could happen here, which is creative and great, and I love it. It's a great conversation. My pushback to Matt is, and it still is, I just don't think financially, it makes sense for the Bills to be able to do something like that. We're talking about moving on in any capacity from Deion. But even a trade, you're talking about you trade him before June 1st. It's a $26 million, almost $27 million cap hit. You cut him, it's still the same thing. Now, if you wait until after June 1st and you moved on from him, you could cut him and save $16 million. But who would do that? He's so valuable, right? He's a really, really good player. So right. I just don't think right now the Bills are in a position to do that financially. And the other part of it is, look, you want to talk about things going to happen this offseason. I think they're going to lose both McGovern and Edwards. Mm-hmm. Are you really set to lose 3/5 of your offensive line after a year in which Josh Allen was sacked more than any time in his career already? I just can't see that happening. So I disagree with Matt from that standpoint. I do think, though, that there is space to talk about different changes that we have not talked about before, like things that could happen that could be very surprising. I just don't think that's one of them. Maybe we're a year early on having that true discussion when it comes to a player like this.
Well, look at our websites. You go and you have a little fun with whether it's Spot Track or firstpick.com. There's a new one called Stick to the Model. Have you played around the Stick to the Model at all?
No, Stick to the Model.
Stick to the Model. And it is be a GM, make your trades, make your cap restructures, a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah.
So far, my experience with seeing what people do with it, the only criticism I'd have is the trades are not realistic.
No?
No.
In what way?
In the way that I saw someone put together a Bills plan and they traded Dawson Knox and Khalil Shakir for, let's just say, for values I did not think were appropriate. But maybe it, over the course of time gets ironed out. But stick to the model. You can use it. There's a draft simulator there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, have some fun with it. Jerry and Kenmore before the break. Quickly, Jerry, good morning.
Quickly, before I get to my main point, if Finland beat us in 1980, they did not win the gold medal. The Russians won the gold medal.
If they had won,
yes. It was a points format pulled forward from your regular round.
Yep.
It was not a gold medal game.
Well, it was for the U.S., but not for Finland.
Yeah, right, for Finland.
Gotcha.
Because I don't know if you noticed on the podium, the Russians won the silver medal.
Yep.
All right. Quickly, I think this game is more about luck. The only thing that isn't luck is personnel. Injuries, weather, schedule, the ball's not round. For as badly as we thought Seattle dominated that game, Darnold threw like 4 passes in the first 5 minutes that could have been pick sixes or picked, and how is the game differently? Like, there's these moments that we think coaching controls. The only thing really coaching controls is play calling and personnel. The rest of it is a random game that you need to catch a break here or there on injuries or something. But this was New England's lucky year to get to the Super Bowl. Everything fell right. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find teams every other year that don't get to the Super Bowl because they were really lucky.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not going to dispute that there is some luck involved, but I mean, to say the only thing that's not luck is play calling. Play calling is pretty much like the bones of the entire concept, right? Like, am I calling good plays? Am I scheming up good things? I mean, the game that has the most randomness in it of the major sports is hockey. But the pucks bounce off legs, butts. It's constant reaction. I mean, sure, you got to get lucky. The schedule point, I made this a few times this week. The Patriots' luck wasn't in their schedule. It was in their postseason run. That's what was lucky. Teams get weak schedules all the time, and then they go to the playoffs, and they get exposed. And New England did not get exposed because they got lucky in the playoffs. They faced Jarrett Stidham. If they faced Bo Nix, they lose, and Denver makes the Super Bowl as the 1 seed, and we watch Denver and Seattle, and who knows who wins? Probably Seattle. But it's not really about luck anymore. A team luckily getting to the NFC Championship game is not new. Making a couple of playoff wins here or there, that's not new. And winning with a last place schedule, worst to first, that happens every year in the NFL. Almost every year that a team goes worst to first. On like 24 straight years that it happened. So like New England being lucky isn't even unusual. What's unusual is that they won a couple of games and they had a good playoff draw. And they didn't have to beat the Bills. And they didn't have to beat...
Well, it's not just the Bills. Like, this was the point about the Bills going into the playoffs. It's not just you didn't have to see the Bills. Mahomes, Jackson, and Burrow didn't have teams that had them in that dance. Because if they did, you would have lost to them.
Yeah. Since 2002, when the NFL realigned into 4 8-team divisions, 29 teams have gone from worst to first. It's not just New England that got lucky. Those teams, it's built in. It's supposed to happen. 19 of 21 seasons this has happened up to the 2023 season. The Texans in 2023 went from 3-13-1 to 10-7. And like there's a little bit of luck. New England shouldn't have been 14-3. They probably should have been 11-6. So, anyway. Yes, a little lucky, but their playoffs is where they really got lucky. All right, 803-0550. Get a break in here on WGR. The NFL is considering, Adam Schefter had this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, the NFL is considering changing what they will allow you to trade. That right now the rules are, this is like your own dynasty league. How far in advance can we trade picks, right? Mm-hmm. Your own dynasty league has a set rule for how far in advance you can trade picks, and so does the NFL. The NFL is 3 years. Mm-hmm. So you can trade picks in the 2026, 27, and 28 draft. And they are going to talk about opening that up for 2 additional years.
Mm-hmm. Five
which
years.
Is what was the first thing I thought. You guys can definitely get
You
this.
thought how many first-round picks the Bills can now offer for Justin Jefferson.
Carnell Tate, close enough.
Or Carnell Tate.
Yes, close enough. How many first-round picks could they offer? Come on.
5 years of first-round picks.
Who would you give up 5 first-round picks for? In the league. Jamar Chase?
Who am I?
The Bills.
I'm the Bills?
You're the Bills.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Not for Jamar Chase.
Jefferson, that might be a little pricey, but
I mean, it's a little pricey for anybody. It'd be the biggest trade package of all time.
No, it's got to be a quarterback, and I don't need that. So,
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's nobody I would do it for.
Okay. Is there a team? Let's flip it around the other way.
By the way, you could trade 5 years of picks that aren't first, right?
5 seconds.
Yeah, hey, I'll give you a third in 2026 what year is it? 2031.
2030.
There you go.
Yeah, 2031. So
it's just more picks I can
3
trade.
firsts, 3 seconds, and 3 fives. I don't know. You could always do 3, but now you can do 5
years of 5th-round picks for Justin Jefferson. What say you, Minnesota?
That's funny.
Yeah.
No one's worth 5 firsts.
No. No non-quarterback is worth 5 firsts. I think there are quarterbacks worth 5 firsts. I don't think there's a non-quarterback.
Josh Allen worth 5 firsts for a team?
Yeah. More.
What team? You are – not that the Bills would take it. That's the thing. 5 firsts for – okay, who's worth it? Burrow's 5 firsts?
Yeah. I'm a quarterback-needy team. I'm 5 for Burrow.
They pass this rule, and the Rams call the Bengals day one and say 5 firsts. Who says no?
I don't think I say no if I'm the Bengals.
Oof. You trade a quarterback that good, you might as well fold up shop.
I know. But it is 5 first-round picks. I mean, maybe you're thinking because he's there now.
That could be anything. That could be a Joe Burrow.
Right.
I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is, a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
The NFL offseason now in full swing. Some news following Super Bowl 60. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he will be taking the Raiders head coaching job. Mike Macdonald said he'll immediately begin searching for a new offensive coordinator to replace Kubiak, per NFL Network's The Insiders. Browns tight end David Njoku announced on Instagram that he will not return to the Browns in 2026. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports there will be a push this offseason to extend the NFL trade limits from 3 years of draft picks to 5. Also, the 49ers reported late last night that defensive lineman Keon White was shot in the ankle early Monday morning in downtown San Francisco. The Olympics continue on. The leaderboard has shifted in the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Switzerland in second, 5 total medals, 3 of them gold. Italy now has climbed to third with 10 total medals, 2 of them being gold. The U.S. fell to 6. They have 4 medals now. They did just have the 2 gold. Now they have 2 silver. Team USA curling advances to the mixed doubles gold medal game with a 9-8 upset over defending champion Italy. Came down to the final shot of that match. And Team USA women's hockey defeated Switzerland 5-0 yesterday. Up next is their rival Canada. Face-off is today at 2:10 on USA Network, so you'll get some afternoon rivalry hockey. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White.
I think everybody knows someone does this, or
I think I know what you're about to say. And
wears shorts every single day, no matter what.
Yes.
And Joe DiBiase.
Everybody knows.
No shorts for me. Speaking of which, this is last segment with the last play schedule stuff. Should we prepare ourselves for what the Chiefs are about to get? Are they lucky? They're picking 9th.
Yeah.
They're going to get a top 10 pick, add it to that team, maybe respond and be good. The Rams have a high pick.
Like they pick 13th.
I've got a mock draft up.
Baltimore picks 14th.
Yeah. I got a mock draft up here where the Rams get Jordan Tyson at 13 as one of the top receivers in this draft. And where Reuben Bain, edge rusher Miami, goes to the Chiefs at 9. Imagine a top 10 pick. The Bills' top 10 picks. It's Ed Oliver, and before that, the most recent top 10 pick is...
Is it Watkins before that? Is there one between Watkins and Oliver? There must be.
Maybe not. They started hitting...
Like 8-win seasons.
Yeah, Oliver in 2019. Oh, Josh. Duh.
Josh.
7th. But they had to trade up. So that's...
Trade up twice.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't actually own the pick in that spot, Josh. But before Josh, it is Watkins. Watkins.
Whitner, right?
Gilmore is 10. Darius is 3. Spiller at 9. Yeah.
He didn't really hit on those a lot.
No, they did not.
Dante Whitner was 8th overall, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was 8th.
He stunk.
Mike Williams at 4. Anyway.
He stunk. There are a lot of big misses on there.
Some misses for sure.
Holy cow.
Anyway. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Chiefs at 9's not great. I don't think they're going to be very good next year, though.
Well,
I don't think Mahomes is going to be ready.
It depends if he's healthy or not. Because
even if he is, aren't they going to run? This is what happened when Burrow came back from his torn ACL the first time. They ran the ball like crazy for 10 games, and then they started throwing.
There are some people
that think... And if
Mahomes
comes back beginning of the year, they're not just unleashing him, I don't think.
There are plenty that think that they're going to go ahead and draft Jeremiah Love.
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Right. Running back 9th overall.
They're going to become a power run team they haven't before.
They've never been good at running. Maybe now they're going to be convinced they should.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they're going to. I mean, the Chargers are favored to win that division right now. Belief in the Chargers. It'll never end. I get sucked in every year.
Well, maybe
I don't know. I probably will. I probably will get sucked in this year because of McDaniel.
I was just going to say your boy's there, so
I know.
You're going to be all about that.
I told myself I would never get sucked into the Chargers facade ever again, and then they hired the coach I like.
Don't look now. Dane Brugler of The Athletic, top 100 prospects pre-combine draft board. Top 100. He has 6 wide receivers in the top 30.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, by the time we get to the draft, this is the 2024 draft all over again. This is going to be the Coleman draft. 6 to 7 receivers in the top 30. 32. He's got 6 receivers in the top 30. Omar Cooper is making a move up the board. The combine will matter for this.
There's 6 of them. How many, I'll be afraid of again? What happened in 2024? They went or do I have the wrong draft here?
No, right before
the Bills.
That's the JSN draft.
That's Kincaid.
That's Kincaid. That's
right.
Flowers, JSN, Quentin Johnson, and who's the other one? One more. Jordan Addison.
Jordan Addison. That would scare me. Right before the Bills pick 26th, like right before they get on the clock, here comes the run. Because, well, I guess that's the question. Who right in front of you really needs one? And maybe that's a good part of this because Pittsburgh at 21, and then you got like 4 teams right immediately in front of you that I don't really see drafting a receiver.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Which I guess is a good thing. So maybe that run isn't as scary. Dallas at 20 is not taking one. The Panthers at 19 aren't taking one. The Vikings at 18 aren't taking one. So maybe actually that does work out.
There have been years, though, where this is such the obvious need that it was easy to do exactly this. But right now, defensive end and linebacker and safety are every bit as much on the board. And, like free agency will get all this started first. Like where they sign their players, where they leave room for there to be moves made will determine a lot. So I don't think it has to be a receiver in the first. I just think they have to make a big move there. I don't know what it is, if it's a trade, if it's a first-round pick. Just one, and then the rest of your off season is dedicated to defense probably. We talked with Sal earlier, asking about potential surprises, trade surprises, who could be gone that would surprise us. Did that at 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Talked with Chris Trapaso of on the draft a little bit ago. So if you want to find that was at 8 o'clock. I bought on Amazon for the show. I feel like we should be getting more props. We're not like give these guys props, although if you want to give us props, it's great. But actual things to use on the show, like our wide receiver board, Got the big board here. Do we need cutouts of people behind us? Should I have Jim Leonard cut out over? Should we have more visuals now that we're streaming and everything's, available to watch? So
we have the Gene Steratore cutout, but that's it right now.
I bought a money gun.
A money gun.
I bought a money gun for the show.
A gold money gun.
Yeah, it's gold. It's
a gold money gun.
It's a gold money gun that you put fake money in, and then you shoot it, and it shoots money all over the place. And like, what do? We sit here and we start talking about Trey Hendrickson. Like, you know what? Let's get the money gun, and then we just shoot the money off. Like, how could we use this?
I would say when we hit parlays, but that's few and far between.
No, I think free agency related is for sure.
I like the idea of like you want a guy, you pay up, you get the guy.
You want Alec Pierce, like give Owen the money gun. He's on Alec Pierce.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If one of us has a player we demand be signed, they receive the money gun and you shoot the money gun.
Do we shoot real money out of it?
Yeah, these are real $1,000 bills.
Oh no, it comes with fake money.
$1,000
It comes with fake money.
Yeah, fake $1,000 bills.
What we should do is see if we can print out pictures of the player we want.
That it will shoot out of the gun?
Shoot out of the
They're
gun.
going to say print money. I was like, I don't know if we can do that.
I mean, that would be cool too. But that could be funny.
Oh, it does come with batteries. Oh, look at that.
Look at us go.
It says on the box, batteries not included, and these batteries are indeed included.
Wow. Interesting.
How about that?
False advertising.
Someone went rogue at the money gun factory and said, you know what? I'm giving these people batteries.
We could fire this money gun up right now. I'm just saying. It's like right there for us.
Yeah.
All right, talk amongst yourselves while I get the money gun ready to fire.
Who are we firing the money gun? Trey Hendrickson was our idea earlier.
He is my favorite idea of the free agents. He's the biggest ticket item. If we want to be shooting money around, I mean, that's money.
That is some money.
He's going to be $30+ million a year. I mean, maybe not on a long-term deal.
Right, what is that, a 3 or a 4 maybe year deal for him?
Yeah.
Or?
3-year deal, 32,
33.
I was going to say 5, but 32 to $35 million a year.
Yeah.
Probably.
Off an injury.
What Spot Track has his thing at. His injury, though, was he milking it? Was there an agreement there because he was done with the Bengals and the Bengals were done with him and this relationship's over, the team's not good, let's just call it a day?
It certainly seems like that wouldn't be surprising to me. I mean, that team is notorious for,
now
making guys hate their jobs.
Well, that's one other thing about him is he's going to probably – I don't think there's any discounts for him because he's been underpaid for years and kind of forced to eat it. You don't have to feel bad for
That's
a guy
where
like this, but
Spotrac's market value for him, I think, is way low. 2 years, $25 million per.
That's what Daniil Hunter signed for with the Texans.
$35 million for Hunter. I got here because he's on the comp list of comparable players, and he's at $35 million.
I thought he signed. Is he a UFA? All right, I thought he was 25, but you might be right. Okay.
Oh, maybe is he a free agent? Maybe he's a free agent
after
that's
the
why.
first year. Yeah.
Either way, I think that's low for Hendrickson.
I think that
someone's giving him more than that.
Hopeful, yeah. You would think, there would be some needy team, whether it be the Bills or the Patriots, that will pay him more than 25.
Hunter is on a renegotiated 1 year, $35 million contract for this season.
Okay.
So maybe last year he was making 25, and they gave him a pay bump because he's awesome.
How's the visual on the stream as you're talking about this, and I'm filling up the gold money gun?
It's entertaining, I gotta tell you. I got the wide shot ready to see how far this thing launches the money.
But then we got to clean it up.
Someone's got to clean. Who's cleaning it up?
Oh man.
There needs to be a game.
The silence.
There needs to be a
volumes.
game here where whoever, I guess parlays, this would have worked. You hit your parlay, you hit your leg, you get to hit the money gun, and whoever doesn't has to clean it up.
No parlay hits if somebody doesn't hit their leg, though.
Oh, that's fair. Then you actually don't hit the parlay.
Doesn't really quite work
Never mind, that
logically.
doesn't work.
I might have put the batteries in wrong. Anyway, let's get to Anthony in Buffalo. I'll work on this. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. So we're talking draft here. I know everyone's dying for the wide receiver, but with the new defensive coordinator, is there a switch up on how he's going to present the defensive line? And with that, can our guys be adjusted by moving them in different places on the field? And then as a second question for you guys would be, how deep is the linebacker draft this year, and where we kind of stand with DBs and from there. So I'll hang up and listen, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, I have questions about guys moving around. I mean, we talked about Oliver earlier. He's the guy I feel like I wonder the most about. What is his role and what is he playing? He is not anchoring the middle of your defense the way Leonard plays it. I mean, he might be a true test of what he said at his press conference, which is you adapt your scheme to the players, not your players to the scheme. All right, here's the test. Because I don't know where Oliver would fit playing the way that this defense has operated under other teams.
Well,
so if you want to morph things a little bit and play things a little bit differently because he's a very good player and you want to get him on the field all the time, then let's see. That he's a test, I think, of that.
I think you do that early. You morph your scheme to your players. And then when you're picking new players, you're picking players for your scheme. Because you can't just roll out there and be like, well, I can't play it because I don't have the guys to do it. It's fit everybody as best you can, and go from there.
But they're not going to keep Oliver off the field if he's on the team making $20 million a year.
No, probably not.
And is he playing end then? Is he playing 3-4 defensive end? He's not going to play in the middle of your defense like that if they're going to be playing that type of scheme. So I wonder that for him a lot. And linebacker, quickly, all I know is there's 2 Ohio State guys that will probably be off the board when the Bills draft.
Arvell Reese.
Yeah, and then there's a Georgia linebacker, C.J. Allen, that might actually fit the Bills that'll go end of the first round.
There might be a
C.J. Allen.
I've seen he is described as playing violently.
Yeah. Yep. Very athletic.
C.J. Allen. You want him? You want to spend the picks?
Spend
Spend them. All right, the money gun works.
All right, good. We've got it.
Look at that. We got to get a theme song for it as soon as you fire it off or something.
Yep.
Wasn't there a James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Gun or something like that?
Yes, there was.
We might have to look into that.
I don't think that golden gun had
money
fake,
coming out of
fake
it.
$1,000 bills in it. No, it's
Yeah.
a little bit different, but
different situation.
All right, we got something here. I don't know what else we're gonna use it for.
Oh,
There's no such thing as a draft pick gun, as I tell you, would trade up for trade 5 picks to go up and get Carnell Tate. Anyway, 803-0550. I gotta put all this fake money in a safe space. 1,000 money. The United States of America. These are props for the toy gun only. Money gun prop note. All right, it works.
I mean, imagine trying to use that.
What?
In a real store, anyway. I mean, we really need the warning.
Just walk in with this golden money gun.
With the fake money. Yeah.
100 notes of $100,000 of fake money here. Anyway, we got a free screwdriver out of it, too. How about that? Batteries and a screwdriver included.
Oh.
What a score for us.
Did the box say screwdriver not included also? Probably didn't.
It says batteries not included, and sure enough, there they are. All right.
When is free agency? A month? 1 month?
March 3rd is March 6th.
Yeah, March. Well, there's also the legal tampering. March 11th, I got, is the official start. But legal tampering begins on March 9th.
March 9th.
So a month from yesterday.
All right.
Which I think is when we usually get where guys are signing anyway.
Yeah, the franchise tag window opens next week. There are not that many interesting guys in the league for the franchise tag. It's just a low year for that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple. I mean, I mentioned a couple of the running backs earlier, Walker and Breece Hall. ETN could be this. Atlanta has a decision to make on Kyle Pitts as a franchise tag because that's not as high of a number.
Right.
With it being a tight end. Pickens is going to get tagged. Daniel Jones, there's one. Maybe that's it. Pitts, I think, is an interesting one, though, for Atlanta. We don't want him here, right? Under any circumstances?
No.
They cut Dawson Knox and replace him with Kyle. And just no. Doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't think so. Knox is really like the...
Pitts to Kansas City. He's going to be the new Travis Kelce.
Dawson Knox is the first big test. Like, how shrewd will you get? Or will you save money because he's going to take a cut, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Something's happening there. It's a matter of what. And Sal mentioning, what about you trade him to Nashville? Trade him to Tennessee because Brian Dable's going to go there and he has a house and has a home in Nashville.
Yep.
I don't know. 803-0550. All right. The money gun operational in case we ever need to spend it on anything. I don't know if there's anything to spend it on. That's a good purchase. That's good.
It's good to have.
Yeah.
It's just good to have around.
It's good to have around. I need a draft pick done. Do that. Get one of those for Yarmo, too. Go ahead and send them. Send your picks. Go get better. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Warming up today. All the way up to 28 degrees right now. 30 degrees. 30 degrees. Look at this. Look at us. Breaking out of the Antarctic for a little bit of time here. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I saw a roundtable conversation, all the heavy hitters of the Bills media talking about what could happen and are there any surprise moves on the way. And Deion Dawkins' name came up as a potential trade candidate. I wonder, your thoughts on that as an idea, where it came from, and if there are any other high-profile, keep an eye out for this kind of move. Not that it's going to happen, but, it's an offseason where they did make a major change.
Hey, Sneaky Joe, Redfin's giving away $1 million
as well.
So I think it mostly came from our buddy Matt Perino. I don't know if Matt, if there's someone else out there saying it, but you're referencing a podcast that we all did yesterday for with Andy Young at Spectrum. It was me, it was Matt, it was Elena Getzenberg of ESPN.com, and it was Chris Trapaso. And I know Matt's brought this up before, and I think he's just trying to think out of the box and different things that could happen here, which is creative and great, and I love it. It's a great conversation. My pushback to Matt is, and it still is, I just don't think financially, it makes sense for the Bills to be able to do something like that. We're talking about moving on in any capacity from Deion. But even a trade, I mean, you're talking about you trade him before June 1st. It's a $26 million, almost $27 million cap hit. You cut him, it's still the same thing. Now, if you wait until after June 1st and you moved on from him, you could cut him and save $16 million. But who would do that? I mean, he's so valuable, right? He's a really, really good player. So right. I just don't think right now the Bills are in a position to do that financially. And the other part of it is, look, I mean, you want to talk about things going to happen this offseason. I think they're going to lose both McGovern and Edwards. Mm-hmm. Are you really set to lose 3/5 of your offensive line after a year in which Josh Allen was sacked more than any time in his career already? I just can't see that happening. So I disagree with Matt from that standpoint. I do think, though, that there is space to talk about different changes that we have not talked about before, like things that could happen that could be very surprising. I just don't think that's one of them. Maybe we're a year early on having that true discussion when it comes to a player like this.
I don't know who the biggest name that could move is, but
Knox.
Knox is to me the litmus test of all of it. Knox is how serious are they about a lot of things, because he could be a restructure, he could be a cut, he could be an extend, and he could be a ask him to take a pay cut, which is a lot 4 different ways to get there. And when we talked with Brandon Bean last week, he suggested there might be some players they ask to take a pay cut and then build it in through incentives, something that they did with Matt Milano. And to me, that's Dawson Knox, like a 29-year-old. He'll turn 30 during the season. Fabric of the team, tight, kind of knit locker room, tight guy with everybody.
Yep.
That cap hit is, of course, not going to stand. Something will change with that. The question is what? And does he want to stay? Would he take less money to do it? Would he take less money and build in incentives and think like, yeah, sure, I'll get my catches. It's still going to be an offense that uses me to some degree. I'm not quite sure. When you're building in those not likely to be earned incentives that don't count against the cap, but you could hit, he could probably have some that are not that difficult to hit. Like last year, Knox finishes with 4 touchdowns and 36 catches. Like, could you?
Yep. And that was an increase for him, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, you put in. It was his biggest year since 2022
when he signed his contract.
Since pre-Kincaid.
Yeah.
Which it was a reminder that he could play.
Yeah. Nobody thinks he's going into the year with the 3rd highest cap hit for a tight end in the NFL next year, which is what he is at the moment. Like nobody thinks that that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he has a higher cap hit than George Kittle. Like that's not going to hold.
No, that doesn't seem like it's going to hold. Yeah.
And a chance to lift the Americans through to play for gold. Team USA trying for 2 and the win.
Clean.
Clean is the word you want to hear.
Clean, yeah.
Oh, it's TC to a T for Team USA. And the Coreys roll on to play for gold.
Team USA beats Italy there in curling. Is it a slide off? Sorry for making it like the millionth person to make this joke. It's not a walk off. Like that slide off, a rock off. They won in the last throw. There's probably a term for that.
It's not just a buzzer beater.
There's no buzzer.
There's no buzzer.
Yeah, there's no buzzer. 803-0550. Ready for Team USA Thursday. Give me the hockey tournament. It does, as you pointed out.
I think I'm going to have a bet on. I'm going to be betting on Germany
to do
not
what?
To beat the U.S. Like dark horse medal.
To medal?
Yeah, give me a dark horse bronze by the Germans. Their roster is not deep, But they have an NHL goalie who's been good this year, Grubauer, and they have they'll probably have an awesome power play. Goalie, power play. You get hot. That's it.
All right.
Medal. I mean, they're not going to win, like, gold. You know, Draisaitl and Stützle, Peterka, Seider. They're coming up.
You've convinced me.
Plus 2,200 for the bronze.
Just for bronze?
Yeah, just for bronze. They're not favored to it by any means.
No.
I also think that as much as number one story to root for is Tage in the U.S. winning, like easily, right? They haven't won the gold since '80. Maybe you don't think easily.
I mean, that's number one. That's number one story for Americans.
For Americans, like for our purposes, like Team USA winning it. But if Dahlin won gold
for Sweden,
that would be awesome. Like the human story, what he's gone through this year. He's on the number one pair at practice. And Willie Nylander, who is their best player, is not at practice. So, like, I'm not telling you Dahlin has to win MVP if Sweden wins it. But he might play the biggest role on the team if, I'm taking one practice to heart here.
Yeah.
So, if the U.S. doesn't win it, him winning it would be, I think, incredible. For all that he's dealt with this year and last year.
Would Sweden be an easy second team to root for more than Canada?
Yes.
Just because of
For
Dahlin?
me, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone out there going to have trouble rooting for Jack?
I will not have any trouble with it.
Put aside your differences. You get a chance to boo him as soon as the Sabres come back. First home game back is Vegas.
Sabres have an opportunity to do something really funny if Tage and Eichel take a picture together and crop out, like, most of Eichel, but, like, trolling the Devils, leave a little bit of it.
Yeah.
No, I will have no problem rooting for Eichel. I don't know that Is there a guy in the league that's left that I would have a problem rooting for? Like, maybe this will build back up, like hatred of individual players. Like, if Lucic was on Team USA back in the day, I might have had a problem with that. But who's the most hated player in the league from a Sabres fan perspective? Is it Eichel? Would he have the biggest unfavorable rate?
Maybe. That is something we are going to get with this Sabres team if they're good again. We will have another new hated player who's not a former player.
Right, give me a playoff series where, remember when Mike Richards hit Connolly into the boards, like broke his face? Still hate Mike Richards.
Right, like all of a sudden your least favorite player will be Nick Suzuki.
Right, because he slew-foot someone in Game 4.
Right, you just out of nowhere,
yeah.
You're like, I hate that guy.
Or Jekev from Montreal. I feel like if they play Montreal, we're all going to hate that guy. Jekev. Right, getting good will bring that back.
It's nice.
So I don't think there's nobody on Team USA that I'll have. Matthew Tkachuk. Right, like I don't have that for him. Like a Lightning fan maybe has an issue. Because all your guys are on other teams, and Tkachuk is probably your most hated player in the league by a million, and he's on Team USA. So maybe they have an issue. I don't have an issue with anybody.
They are using the 3-2-1 point system for this very, very quick tournament.
Yes, they are.
It's good.
Yeah.
The Olympic schedule today, I do like Gold Zone because, again, like it shows you what's coming up. But today, alpine skiing is completed. Like we're getting to the thing of the day is probably U.S. Canada women, which
yes.
What was it? The Olympics? Was it 4 years ago? Or was it 8 years ago? There was. I'm sorry for bringing this up. Like the worst robbery of hockey justice ever. They called a penalty on the U.S. woman for snowing the goalie. This is 8 years ago, maybe. Canada won on a power play in overtime. The whole thing was a sham. They tripped like the last 4 minutes of the game, Canada-U.S. were a disgrace from an officiating standpoint.
Yeah.
You got it?
I'm looking.
Okay.
I remember vaguely this, but I don't have it.
It's the 2018, end of the 2018 U.S.-Canada women's game was just a disaster.
Yeah.
I wish I remembered it exactly. I'll find it, whatever happened.
Yeah, in overtime, that getting a penalty
yes,
is like criminal. Totally criminal.
It went to a shootout? Okay, so maybe it's a different one. I don't know.
That's why I'm having trouble finding it. I definitely remember this happening somewhere.
Maybe it's 2022 because the U.S. won in a shootout. Yeah, here it is. 3-2 to win the gold. It's got to be this. There's a penalty call. This is snowing the goalie is what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
We'll find it. But I'm excited for that at 2. U.S. slight favorite in this one.
I think I found 14 Sochi.
Thank you.
Was a cross-check from Hillary Knight that was pretty bogus. Apparently, that
2014
went on to sort of decide it gave them the overtime winner to beat USA. And I remember that too because I remember when
How sad is that? I thought it was 8 years ago. It was 12 years ago.
I know, it's crazy.
That's how it goes.
But I remember there was some joke made when my North American League team played the women's team. They made a joke about don't cross-check anybody. There was some controversy about a cross-check, so that's why that rung a bell to me. They definitely it was a cross-checking that was really soft that they got dinged for.
Yeah, overtime. You're right. They called 2 penalties.
Oh,
yeah. There 3. Anyway, whatever. Onward.
Refs,
Sorry.
Refs.
I don't want to make this. Remember 2014? Sorry, it popped in my head. I got really mad that day. The Sochi Olympics. I also saw the highlights. Sochi is where TJ Oshie went all those shootout rounds
against Bobrovsky,
which was so cool.
He scored 5-hole 5 times in a row.
Unbelievable.
Awesome.
I watched that highlight the other day, and when Oshie scored the last one to win it, Bobrovsky kind of sits there on one knee like, how this dude get me so many times?
Same way, too.
It was
he
awesome.
Would just open him up and slip it 5-hole.
It was awesome.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
So anyway.
It's going to be so fun having those guys there again. Oh, it's going to be great.
I know it's been a while.
It's been a decade.
It feels, is it wrong that I say like it, on some level it does feel like that, but I guess because of whether it's 4 nations or whether it's World Championships, like we do get it sometimes. We just haven't had it for this.
We haven't in World Championships. You're not getting A+.
No,
guys.
I know it's not the same.
There was a World Cup like 8 years ago.
Right.
World Cup was good, but that was splitting up.
Fun.
There was the youth team, like the North America team, had McDavid and Eichel.
That was super cool.
That was really cool, but it wasn't like true peak powers like USA had.
Right, because USA lost like 75% of the guys they probably would have had on the team because they were playing for North America.
They would have had Kane paired up with like Matthews and Eichel, and it would have been like, whoa.
Right.
But instead it was McDavid and Eichel and Matthews, which was awesome too.
It was awesome. But no, you're like I don't know. It feels like a long time to me because TJ Oshie sounds like forever ago. I mean, I'm in, but that's for me personally because I am in high school.
I'm
in high school.
I think I'm in middle school when that happens.
When I think of these events in the past, I guess I haven't thought about it this way. Are we gonna? And I don't mean like we're making plans right now, but are we gonna go to bars and be 10 deep watching Team USA play in the afternoon? I want to say yes.
10 deep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I mean, it's the perfect time.
Maybe. I'm not saying no.
Cut out of work early and go to the game, go watch a game.
Yeah.
I can remember the gold medal game between Canada and the U.S. when Crosby scores on Miller, where I am for that one. The Sochi game I'm watching with 1 million people for these were events.
Yeah.
And for it not to happen in a decade, it feels like for the U.S. schedule, I mean, all right,
I'm definitely going to get some friends together.
Let's get out and about, right?
Go for some games. So,
especially once we get to the medal rounds,
right? Yeah, I'm probably not going to do it
because the U.S. doesn't have.
But,
they don't really have a big marquee opponent in the group stage. Like they should cruise through. They play Germany, Latvia, and Denmark. Right. So, Russia not being at the tournament prevents them from having another reputable team in their group.
Yeah.
So once we get to the medal rounds, like if they get to the gold medal game, I want to find the biggest watch party I can get my hands on and just go to that. Also, by the way, between Tage, who U.S. I was just reading Dom Lucian from the Athletics preview, and U.S. and Canada are by his numbers are co-favorites, just a couple percentage points difference.
Okay. Yeah.
By the betting odds, U.S. is just a little bit below Canada. Sweden's third. There's a gap, but they're third, and it's not like crazy town that they could win. They're 4-1 to win. That's Dahlin and Tage. A Sabre has not won a gold medal since '98 while on the team, and that's the only time it's ever happened.
Wow.
Hasek and Schmelik in 98.
Right.
Like, there's no other Olympics where an active Buffalo Sabre that I can find won a gold medal. You have 2 shots at that right now.
Have you seen when the gold medal game is?
No, I have not.
So every single game up to the medal round of the gold and the bronze for the U.S. will be at 3:10 p.m. is what it says. Even though it says like to be determined, we could see different times once we're in the playoff rounds. Like prelims, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, 3:10 p.m. Playoff round, it's listed at 3:10, but again, that might move a little bit based on the bracket and the seeding.
Right.
But the gold medal game is listed at Sunday, February 22nd, 8 a.m.
Oh.
8 a.m.
8:10 a.m.
That's the gold medal game?
Gold medal game, local time, is 8 a.m.
Is that because it's going to be prime time there?
It's 2 in the afternoon.
Oh.
Sunday
the 22nd. 12 days from now,
I'm
the
free.
gold medal game will be an 8 a.m. game.
I'm free.
All right. Go hit a simulator up for that or something.
I mean, there are worse ideas.
Could be
too locked.
Wow, morning gold medal game.
We'll be too locked in. If they're playing Canada, the gold medal game at 8 a.m.
I had that. Yeah, that was a bad idea.
That is open your place of business and get people inside. Right? Like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
I know a couple
I mean, I
spots
don't.
that'll be
I don't think I've ever watched a gold medal game that mattered that was at night because it's never been in a city for that, right? What was the Vancouver one again? Was that middle of the day?
Oh, is that late afternoon?
It was late afternoon.
3 p.m., 6 p.m.
But I've never watched like an 8 p.m.
Gold
that was
medal.
Four Nations. Four Nations was that because it was in Boston and
'cause
Montreal.
Right.
So I would need the Olympics to be back in like what?
It makes me wonder if the time of this game is always around the same local time. Like in Italy, it's 2 o'clock. In Vancouver, the game, I mean, I remember watching it here in the mid to late afternoon.
I mean, 1980 was in the afternoon too, I think.
Okay.
Right, and that's Placid, so that would track.
Well, 8 a.m.
That's a long
for
time
the
ago,
gold medal game. Make it to gold, and it's 8 a.m. The bronze game, if they make it to the bronze medal game, is 2 p.m. on Saturday. Less appointment television.
I'd still watch if they're playing Sweden for bronze or something.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
803-0550, our phone number. Extendo Sports coming up. We'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. NFL GM has said that Max Crosby has told the Raiders he'll never play for them again and told Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say I like this guy. Imagine telling Tom Brady, I'll never play for your trash organization again. He should record it and post it online and boost his value immediately. This guy told Tom Brady to buzz off.
He also said Crosby's representatives have begun informing other teams that he has no intentions of playing for the Raiders, too. So he's telling that to teams.
Good.
Allegedly. So, I believe it.
You want him?
Why wouldn't I believe it?
Is it a good idea?
It's a good idea.
Is it the best idea?
No. Maybe. It remains to be seen. Like, I have not seen a bigger name that has become available. If Myles Garrett today demands a trade again, then there's a better idea. And actually, you know what? I guess we do know one. We know Trey Hendrickson is going to make it to free agency.
Well,
and to me, like, maybe that's only one. So are you splitting hairs? Like, if I could be picky, I'd say I'd rather have Hendrickson in free agency. But that doesn't mean to me Crosby's not a good idea. Like, I think Crosby he's a great player. He's a great run defender on top of the pass rushing.
Yes, that's what sets him from Hendrickson apart, really, is he's incredible against the run. A lot of tackles for loss in Crosby.
Right.
You know, which of these pass rushers would better fit for Jim Leonard? That's a question for the Bills that they probably couldn't even answer for you, honestly. But, I mean, Crosby, of course, would fit, and I'm sure Hendrickson would too.
I think the reason why Hendrickson is also more enticing to me is that the numbers seem to point to, while Crosby's a better all-around defensive end, Hendrickson has more in the tank right now as a pass rusher. Like, all the advanced numbers show that right now, and even for the last 3 years, he is a better pass rusher. And he has been. He's led the league in sacks. And to me, I've had defensive ends that are good against the run. I've had guys that set the edge and are responsible. And the thing that I'm trying to chase that I've not had is one dude that is going to break a game wide open on defense because they can't keep him out of the backfield on passing plays.
Yeah.
What does the GM always say? It's not about, I need a defensive end that's able to stop Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. It's I need to get Mahomes on the ground. I need to get Jackson on the ground.
The NFL is considering, Adam Schefter had this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, the NFL is considering changing what they will allow you to trade. That right now the rules are, this is like your own dynasty league. How far in advance can we trade picks, right? Mm-hmm. Your own dynasty league has a set rule for how far in advance you can trade picks, and so does the NFL. The NFL is 3 years. Mm-hmm. So you can trade picks in the 2026, 27, and 28 draft. And they are going to talk about opening that up for 2 additional years.
Mm-hmm. Five
which
years.
Is what was the first thing I thought. You guys can definitely get this.
You thought how many first-round picks the Bills can now offer for Justin Jefferson?
Carnell Tate. Close enough.
Or Carnell Tate.
Yes. Close enough. How many first-round picks? Is this ski-mo that we're watching right now? It's not quite cross-country skiing. It's ski mountaineering.
It's the uphill battle.
Because they're running uphill.
They do look funny when they're running uphill.
Have you guys seen the Norwegian guy that changed the game for skiing uphill? He gallops up the hill and he blows everybody out of the water. Nobody
Gallops?
can keep up. He is running and it looks like he's riding a horse up the hill.
Yeah.
But he's just on skis.
Because these I think I want to say this is ski mountaineering. I'm just sorry for not knowing the difference here. I'll learn. Because instead of having to do the side to side V up, that's how you
right.
That's how you traverse up on it. These guys have their skis come unclipped and they are running.
Oh, they're running up the hill.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
These are. I think this is ski mountaineering.
Different thing. Wow. Yeah, I'm the only one without a TV in my little box over here. So you guys
you
are
need a TV.
all watching.
I
gotta get linked in here.
Yeah, their ski boots don't clip in on the heel at all.
Right.
So they're able to just move around.
They run up the hill in a different way. That is, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It's first year to get ski mountaineering in.
I'm getting a horse racing vibe from this
for
at the
sure.
finish here. Right?
Yeah, because when they're sprinting, they are. Yeah.
Who's the guy that calls the Kentucky Derby?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's a good question.
What's his name?
I do not have that
I
name.
want him for this. That's NBC. They already. I think he's an employee. Get him on the Olympics. What's his name?
This was cross-country skiing right here. This was not ski-mo. This is just flat-out cross-country skiathlon.
Huh.
But they had different kinds of skis than we've seen in some of the other, in the biathlon. All right. Pretend none of this happened. Sorry.
Larry Kalmus.
Yeah, Larry Kalmus.
I need him.
The guy I'm getting.
The guy that calls the Kentucky Derby. I want him for the Olympics.
Ski mountaineering. In this one, it's alpine skiing, but they're also going to be using skins where you put it on your ski to climb up the hill, or boot packing, you carry your skis. That's how we'll know. Not just for descending uphill on skis, specialized gear. Okay, what we just saw was just regular cross-country skiing. It just definitely looked like a much faster and more intense race than some of the other stuff. I didn't realize they come leaping out of their skis like that. This is what the Winter Olympics is about. Familiarize yourself with the sport. You're like, oh, what's that? Okay, it was the men's sprint. Now it makes more sense. Sprinting on skis instead of the endurance of like 20K.
I was reading some of the sports they used to have at the Winter Olympics that they don't anymore, like dog sled racing.
Yeah.
Like the Iditarod. Ski joring, which is kind of like, I guess I don't know what it is. There's something with horses on snow.
A skier is pulled by a horse, and you go off jumps and stuff.
Yeah.
That used to be an Olympic event?
I think so. Bandy is another one, which is the sport that looks like hockey that they play in Sweden, but the ice is like 7 times bigger. They skate. Have you ever seen a clip of bandy? Look it up. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It kind of looks like hockey. And it feels like something they should definitely play at the Olympics. It's kind of like field hockey on ice, maybe is the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
Good.
I might be into that.
I have things to say on this.
About bandy?
Bandy?
Oh. The net is like the size of a soccer
huge.
net.
Yeah, like their stick handling, like it kind of looks like hockey.
Yeah, it's like
hockey
it's almost
adjacent.
like they're like almost football-y because there's so much room that they're skating through.
Yeah.
And the goalie net is huge, so it's soccer-y. I'm big into bandy. I have not watched a game yet.
I'm big into
I
bandy.
love
Big
the idea.
bandy guy.
I'm big into
Didn't know
bandy.
this about Owen. He's the bandy guy.
He followed that with, I haven't watched a game yet.
I'm like, I want to be big into bandy. I just think it looks so exciting because there's so much room.
There's a lot of space.
There's so much. It's speed and the way they shoot it and pass it. They like whip the sticks.
Right. Yeah. Every shot's like a slap shot almost, but like all the way wound up.
And
it's really cool.
still get dekes and stick handling.
Right.
And imagine playing goalie for this net.
I need to see if they can hit each other with that much speed.
I doubt they can hit each other.
That would be
I'm learning that
crazy.
the president of Finland occasionally just goes out and plays pickup games of bandy in the community.
There you go.
Pick up bandy.
So it's basically like hockey on a soccer field size sheet of ice.
It's enormous.
Yeah.
So big.
The field is insanely huge. Like, I don't think I was exaggerating when I said it's 7 times the size of an ice hockey rink.
It's like bigger than a football field.
I'm telling you, it looks like a soccer field to me. And like, here's Sweden and Finland playing a game of. All right, bring it back.
I would watch that at the Olympics. They should definitely have it.
Do enough places do it that it would
That's
be?
probably a good
the
reason why
they run into.
Is there a U.S. bandy team? We could start it.
There's got to be a U.S. bandy team.
If not, I'm on it.
We're
I'm starting it.
We're getting flag football at the Olympics. You're telling me we can't get bandy?
Exactly.
Yes, there is a U.S. men's national bandy team.
There you go.
Oh, yes, dude.
Competing in the World Championships.
Go grind.
I bet they
bandy
don't win it
tape
very
at home.
often.
All right, that's it for us. We're back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the games today. Watch some more cross-country sprinting. The sprint race. I like it. It's good. They're like leaping off their skis. Like you said, like look like a horse race. All right, enjoy the day. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.